って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲダファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲダファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモ打ち負けたへこたれた力なさに絶望を感じたは拗ねてみた落ち込んだ悔しくなってとことん泣いてみたカモン考えた寝転んだ空見て落ち着きを取り戻した眺めてた目に入れた空に浮かぶ月が眩しかったでかくした育んだ大きな綺麗な星にしたよゲラ頑張った努力したありったけの力を出し切ったよ危機感を感じ立ち上がる心の壁を取り払い自由なマインドと溢れるソウルスピリットを心に宿した力を合わせて頑張れるみんなで一つのことを成し遂げるためにお互いを褒めたたいた今までより一回り大きくなったネガティブな話題を口にするな辛くても進むことをやめるんじゃないピースなバイブレーションでアートを描きこのアースに負けないオブジェを作れチゲダファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲダファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲダファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲダファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲダファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモ
Hello everyone, welcome to SAC Season 8 Finals. I am here with J-Man and we are starting off with a very exciting match between Velocity and Persistence on Clintwood Scorch Gorge. We're getting right down to it. Our competitors are readying up. But how are you doing, J-Man?
I am doing quite well, Skep. It has been an absolutely crazy season for all the teams we have seen in SAC. I'm excited that we're finally here in the finals, and I'm excited to be getting into some very intense matches as the day goes on.
Right, yeah. SAC is a skill-capped tournament. Each of these teams had to qualify for finals. Velocity getting second place in qualifier 1 in order to lock in their spot. Persistence having that wild card position to earn their spot here in finals. So these matches, we do expect them to be pretty tight, given that, you know, it's a skill-capped event. Only really mid-level competitors register, so things are going to get pretty sweaty.
Yeah, and something that was really interesting about us running SAC this season, Skep, was we did jump to this wild card format. So instead of a normal top 16 or top 8, we had teams competing for points, essentially, to get those wild card spots. Obviously, Persistence got that, but for teams that got first or second place in the tournament, they essentially already had guaranteed themselves a spot in our finals.
Right, and just a reminder, the matches that we are picking today are voted by you on the IPL Twitch, so this is what the people wanted. They wanted to see some velocity in particular. Persistence has to put on a show here.
Yeah, and it's going to be very tough as well as, obviously, with Persistence having Stormy, Ichigo, Lucio, Mayuran, Inky, and Cactus on their roster. They do like to run a very consistent double splatter shot comp, which is going to be very dangerous if you are Velocity, of course, Skep. Although Velocity has played against this comp so many times, and they are more comfortable with opting to play a little more patiently. And they also bring a brush to the party in the form of Dat Kid, which could throw the members of Persistence for a bit of a loop.
Right, the double shot comp is something that every team coming into SAC are going to be experienced in fighting. Something that's fascinating to me, though, as you briefly mentioned, is Velocity's brush bow comp. Something that Race and I realized yesterday on the podcast is this mid-level meta that kind of exists between we run a backline that is stable and we also run a brush to sweep enemies out of cover. So that's kind of how I expect Velocity to be playing here.
Yeah, as Velocity, of course, tries to go into the basket, they're not able to get the lock-in as Persistence is putting out a solid defense, but you can see that kid, at least at the moment, sharking around, looking for an opportunity maybe to get a couple picks, and none of the members of Persistence are aware here, and I would expect that kid to maybe pop out. No, just going to be waiting for a jump at the moment. Instead, no, now they're going to be able to make their move as the members of Persistence are cleaning out mid-scout. They still don't know that kid is behind them, just waiting on a jump.
This is incredible. This is precisely what you tell, like, your students or the people that you're coaching or lower-level competitors. The bag? You're kidding me! The VM! You paint that elbow and you paint it thoroughly because you never know what's going to happen. Sam jumps in, some clams here. Dat Kid gets the dunk at Persistence, and now having to react to this flank that they never knew existed.
Yeah, and what a very solid play. I love the patience just of that kid there. Just not doing anything to let Persistence know. Maybe besides, of course, the little bit of a bag, and they're lucky that they didn't get spotted there, Skep. As, at the moment, Velocity making what seemed to be maybe a smaller push into a pretty decent one as they're able to get that score below 60. So 2 power clams on the side of Persistence will now not be able to retake the lead.
Right, but getting below 60 remaining is a very good push, especially when you only have 2.5 minutes left in the game, but we know how clam pushes do tend to snowball on this map in particular, given how accessible all of those clams are. Despite that, Velocity continuing to hold man advantage here in mid-J-Man as we prepare for our next scrap.
Yeah, it just seems like even with the double splatter shot, the members of Persistence aren't able to really clear out too many members of Velocity, and the Whale, of course, is going to delay the members of Persistence a little bit, and now we see the Kraken coming out on the side of Persistence, trying to find one on top of the block, not able to find any, does actually end up picking up a 1-for-1 trade. So Persistence, at least at the moment, has a man advantage, and now they're looking to make their push here, Skep, as Ichigo trying to flank on the side, finds a beautiful pick off the gal, but both the splatter shots are down in mid, and now Persistence has to reset this push.
I really liked that position from Ichi there with that splash wall in order to pin opponents that were behind Snipe, but unfortunately they were forced to back when Persistent was 2 down. We see Persistence getting closer to the Zukas. They know that Velocity can easily push again. Realistically, anytime they want with that brush, they do have to stay on their toes.
Yes, and as you say that, of course, Skep, one of the members of Velocity goes down. That is going to be the splash, and now Stormy looking to find a pick. Unfortunately, ends up getting a trade, but a very nice pick from Ichi there. Should allow the members of Persistence to start moving up. That gal's putting the pressure, and they have the Kraken at the ready. I wouldn't be surprised if the Kraken gets popped here, but it doesn't matter because the members of Persistence finally able to put some score on the board, and they should have enough clams to take the lead here. Yes, they do, Skep, and they still have more clams coming.
The clear underdog in this situation, now holding lead with a minute left. Lucio has control of mid. They know that now they know Velocity has to push again. And this time, I very strongly doubt they're going to allow Dat Kid to pull the level of shenanigans that they did previously.
Yeah, but it didn't matter because Lucio backed up to such a dangerous spot on the side of Persistence. This has allowed Velocity to take so much ground and so much space. 3 of them go down and they're able to break the basket, but at least at the moment, Persistence holds strong on that Skep. And now that kid just going to be building some clam balls, gets picked, trying to fly across the grates. by, I believe, Ichi again, and now the members of Persistence looking to make one solid final push. They don't want this game pushing to overtime. They are going to break the basket. They should be able to get some more clams on this board. The timer is still going. What it comes down to is that timer going to last long enough to not force an overtime here, Skep, because it doesn't look like it's going to.
Oh my gosh,
Velocity
it's gonna close!
Yes, Velocity will have one more opportunity to make a push. However, some of their overtime time has already expired, so they do not have a lot of time left. And with that kid going down on the front line, it looks like Persistence might be able to hold on to this game one, Skep.
It's just Bronze left standing on snipe. We have Ichi pushing up with this Kraken. That's just going to provide enough chaos to deny Velocity from any opportunity to push. And I'm going to say it out loud, J-Man. I am shocked Persistence came out with game one.
Yeah, that was a very solid. Both the pushes that Persistence had, absolutely fantastic. They allowed Velocity to come in and score on them first. Sure, they got the score down below 60. But their next push, even with the shenanigans that kid pulled on the side of Velocity, Persistence, they held strong. They persisted, pardon the awful pun. And they made their first push count to take the lead. And just to seal the game, they made the second push on a very solid defensive play. So, honestly, really good play from Persistence.
Honestly, after how do I word this? The confidence that Velocity showed, particularly with that 30-second long that kid shark in Velocity's elbow. In Persistence elbow, followed by the bag. It screamed, "We are just better." Right? It exuded confidence. It just says, they are simply unaware. Our opponents do not possess object permanence. We're gonna make fun of them. And Persistence just simply not allowing that to fly. And there's no denial that for many people tuning into SAC finals today, that Velocity is their top pick. Just look at this roster. We have Sam, Luna, Bronze, Kid, Kid being in +2, earning that in this season for Sendoku. All of Velocity being Division 1, they should be banned. In all honesty, that on paper, had they not qualified for during Qualifier 1, they wouldn't have been allowed to play for the rest of the season. So Velocity is the team that everyone here today wants to upset. They want to send Velocity into the loser's bracket. And if Persistence can do that here, even if they go out later, they will be the heroes of many of their fellow competitors in bracket today.
Yes, they will, but of course, our Game 2 Skep does take us to Splat Zone's Hagglefish, and in the words of the team of Persistence, F Hagglefish. They don't like Hagglefish, so honestly, if I'm Velocity here, I am playing as aggressive as I can, considering Persistence might not like playing Hagglefish, and it's on Splat Zones of all things, and the one thing that we always find consistent with these higher level teams, Skep, is that when it comes to Splat Zones, it always feels like the team that is higher ranked than you has more potential and has more lockout power in the Splat Zones game. But early on, we see that Persistence doing a very good job of playing aggressive against the members of Velocity here.
So what's fascinating to me about these comps here is the tempo difference that you would expect to see just because Velocity is running cooler. They're going to be respawning fast. They're going to be grabbing that cooler. They're going to be saving their specials. But what is Persistence running? They're running beacons in the form of that wiper and then missiles in order to deny that momentum that should be expected from that cooler. And we have a DC.
And we do. And now we have a little wave from Sam. And we're going to get the match reset immediately. So you know what? That's good. That's fine. Take it to the go GG. Go next, I guess.
Yeah. Interesting. Persistence won that first engagement.
They did. And I think that's something that we have to address immediately. You're right, Skep. There was a massive difference in tempo there. Of course, you have Velocity, who is playing a more traditional comp. They're bringing out the backline, what that we saw in the ballpoint there. They're trying to play space. They're trying to keep space. But on the side of Persistence, They realizing what Velocity's comp was, they're like, okay, we see that you're going to try and play space. We don't care. We're going to push forward as much as we can with our aggressive weapons, such as our double shot and the wiper, and we're just going to let our 96 support us. They don't have a traditional backline in the sense for Persistence this game, but what they do have on that backline compared to the Ballpoints Inkjet is they do have the Kraken, and the Kraken can also be very good in playing defensively.
Yeah, well, it fascinates me that they woke up in December of 2023 and decided, cooler? Nah. Like, we're not running that. And instantly, like, your brain goes, why? Why would you do that? And then you see Lucio on the Wiper Deco, and it clicks. Yeah. They don't want to run the cooler when they could be running Double Zuka and making up for that tempo with those beacons. I'm fascinated.
Yeah, and of course we do see that on Velocity as well, though, Skep. We do see that traditional, there is the cooler here. But obviously we saw Persistence win this initial engagement before our little game resets here. So let's see how this game opens up a little bit differently. And immediately the one thing I'm noticing is that there are already 3 members of Velocity kind of already in mid. And they try to take a lot of space, but look at the patience of the members of Persistence as 3 members of Velocity go down and Bronze is immediately forced to back up.
He's halfway to that Inkjet, though. We see Ichi in that elbow. The Zuka coming out from Persistence. They have that crab ready to go. That crab is exactly where you want a crab to be. It is on that hut. 2 members of Persistence go down as we see Velocity working their way through their elbow, continuing to put Ichi and Stormy back. They get the pick on Stormy as this Kraken comes out. What?
Unbelievable! Ichi said, I'm not going to go directly at you to force you to move. I'm going to flank you. And the other members of Persistence actually came up at the same time. And the turn of Ichi managed to find not 1, but 2 picks with that Kraken. And just like that, Skep, the zone has reflipped back into Persistence's favor.
It is like and we have a DC, but they're gonna have to play this one out. Coming out from Velocity, Persistence hitting below 50 remaining here. Oh my goodness, this is really genuinely unfortunate. But Persistence now has a great opportunity to wrap it up here.
And it looks like they're doing a very good job of that. Of course, they do still have to be wary of this Inkjet and the ballpoint, so they are going to be forced to back up as the members of Velocity going to try and do what they can to recap zone, but they're going to have to worry about Ichi, who's behind and under them, and with 2 down, they're not going to have enough time, Skep, and of course, Persistence will take Team 2 again. Wow!
It's like you're jumping on a trampoline and all of a sudden the trampoline's not underneath you. Yeah. That's what that Kraken felt like to me. A Velocity coming in with all the momentum and inertia of a bullet train, right? And then the Kraken just said, "Psych, your rail is gone."
Kraken said, "I am the bullet train."
Beautiful neutralization of Velocity's push there. I don't want to discredit them. Persistence winning both of those openings into Velocity. Just unfortunately, Velocity not having a chance to put on the show that we know and expect from them. Because of that disconnect. Bronze is triple at the end, though. Let's not overlook that.
Yeah, let's not overlook the potential of Bronze still and the strength they have. I honestly wonder, though, like, genuine question for you. Do you think Velocity is intentionally, like, sandbagging a little bit so they can make that losers run?
No.
No?
I don't. Listen, J-Man. Who the heck would do that? I don't see Velocity as the type of players to throw. That's not who they are. Everyone who is playing today is a respectable competitor that takes the game seriously, and I would hope that I know that they would not disrespect their teammates, their opponents, or the TOs putting on the tournament like that. That's not who they are.
Well, pardon me for saying that thing, because I guess it's more of it's more of like an interesting concept. It's like, okay, maybe it's in a case, Skep, where they struggle in in this first game. Maybe they need to get cobwebs.
Maybe they didn't get a warm-up scrim.
Exactly. Maybe they're treating this match as a warm-up scrim, and maybe if they do end up falling to losers, they are still going to make that run, and we are going to see the velocity that we saw again. But honestly, man, Persistence is putting on just. I am genuinely surprised at how well Persistence is able to handle velocity.
Hi, I'm gonna out some of Ray's and I's post-podcast discussion. And we looking at the 12 competitors that you see here today. Who are your top 3? Velocity's in there, undeniably. Who are your bottom 3? Persistence is in there, undeniably. So when this match was selected by the Twitter poll this morning, I was like, ooh, Persistence. Like, I'm worried about them getting rolled on stream. I'm sorry? My bad.
Yeah, as we get into it, we are seeing no comp change on the side of Persistence here, but we are seeing Dat Kid foregoing the brush, the Octo Brush, bringing out that Luna, Neo, of course, Skep here for a good old tower control on Inkblot, and 1-1 trades are going to be starting our game here as Dat Kid falls again, and now 3 members yet again of Velocity are down, Skep.
Yes, just Luna left standing on this right side, and she's forced to jump out. Persistence probably going to have this second checkpoint here, but they don't have control of bats, and we all know how critical this area of the map is to control if you really want to snowball past this second checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is a very the second checkpoint here, and to your credit, Skep. The second checkpoint here is definitely that snowball point here, and it is, I honestly think, the hardest checkpoint to break on this map by far. You do have to get up, and you do have to control the snipe area on your opponents. You do have to control that foot area. You want to make sure that your opponent cannot come down in any way. Oh, but a beautiful Zuka from Persistence is going to be able to slow that push, of course, from the members of Velocity with a nice combination of the missiles. And yet again, we are seeing those beacons come in handy on the side of Persistence, allowing them to essentially freely move around the map where they want to, when they want to, and those beacon placements are a little unconventional on the side of Persistence, but at least at the moment it seems to be working.
Yeah, and the pin between Bronze and the Crab there from Velocity in order to work their way in is beautiful. They get the pick on Lucio on that Wiper, but in the end, Persistence does clean that right up. Luna popping that cooler, now having an opportunity to feed to win here. Dat Kid and she cleaning up 2 members of Persistence. No, I take it back, just the one. Persistence, this is a scrap for mid, and honestly, J-Man, I'm having trouble keeping track.
Yeah, this is a very intense fight in mid, but it looks like with this hammer, the members of Velocity, unfortunately missed the throw there on Dat Kid, manages to pop a beacon up top. Looks like even through that engagement, though, Velocity was able to take mid, and now they're starting to push up. That is a delayed 3-down situation on the side of Persistence right now as Velocity clears that first checkpoint, and now you have Sam, of course, on the plat of Persistence, and immediately with another player, I believe that is Dat Kid up there with the blaster. Yes, it is. And now, if you are Persistence, now you're being pushed on the back foot a little bit as Velocity. This is the Velocity we know a lot here, Skep, as now they're starting to take it to the house. Another 2-down situation on the side of Persistence. Make that 3-down, and another Crab Tank is going to slow us down as the last checkpoint now continues to tick down, and Velocity takes it.
Sam's crab spots here have been excellent, using that crab to stabilize up and Persistence bats, and then as well as the plat in order to clear that third checkpoint. I legitimately thought that the game was going to end there, but Persistence getting the picks that they need to in order to push their way back into mid, and they have 3 specials to show for it.
Yes, they do. Of course, we are seeing the double Zuka get popped here, and you are going to be seeing that Kraken come up from Ichi as well, as they manage to find at least 1 pick in this engagement, maybe looking for 2. Gotta find the one out of the ballpoint. No, they're not going to be able to get it, and I like this play from Ichi with the wall. Play passive, get out of there if they can, and they are able to successfully escape, so they live to fight another day, allowing some jumps in for their teammates, as now the members of Persistence are starting to push that tower yet again. Skep, once again, that crab on the side of the blowing this push of Persistence, and the members of Velocity are managing to kind of trade back and forth with the members of Persistence, but of course Velocity comes out on top of that one, and a 3-down situation yet again for Persistence.
And you're so right. I was admiring that previous exchange by how heavy Persistence was playing it. The fact that they were taking their time, they were getting control, they were getting their specials. But Velocity there with that crab once again from Sam, shutting down Persistence push on that right side of the map nearly entirely. This is a completely different Velocity than we saw Game 1 and Game 2.
Absolutely, and with no DCs to boot on top of that, as the hammer coming out from that kid looking for a pick, manages to find nothing there. The Zook is there. Dat Kid living within an inch of their life. Oh, jumps into the last Zuka shot, though. You hate to see it, and that will slow this push of Velocity, or at least stall it for the moment here. But the thing with Persistence is they have so much space because they don't know that someone's behind them, and Stormy moves up and nearly gets flanked, and they both end up paying for it. And I believe that's Stormy, the last one alive there, forced to back up, and yet again, Velocity just holding strong. It just seemed like there was that moment of desperation on the side of Persistence where they needed to get some picks, just not being aware of their entire surroundings.
And it really feels like they realize how much ground they still have to cover and how little time they have to do it. And I think there's a little bit of nerves playing in here, but here we go, working into overtime. The Ancient comes out for bronze, but gets zooped out of the air by Cactus. Stormy goes down on this left side. Sam runs for the tower, gets the pick, and gets on the tower just in time in order to close out that push. Velocity dominantly taking game 3, situating themselves for a reverse sweep here, J-Man.
Yes, they are, and you know what? Something that they changed up in that playstyle there, I think the blaster, obviously it's tower control, so you're going to see a blaster maybe once or twice, but the big thing is that it seemed like there was that moment with Persistence there on that last desperate push where they just didn't seem aware where every member of Velocity was, and they allowed a flank to occur rather than working their way from the front up. They still had a little bit of time on the clock there, Skep. They could have taken their time, cleared out their plat, made sure to check for the flank as they took that drop, then take the rest of the fights against Velocity. Unfortunately, it just seemed like there was that pressure moment, and Persistence did crack under that pressure.
It's fascinating to me. I really do think it came down to Sam's crabs. I said it in the middle of the game a couple of times, but just the positioning relative to tower and being exactly where you needed just an extra 500 HP. Phenomenal play from Sam there. I don't know what to make of things here, J-Man.
This is S8C finals, Skep. I mean, these are the matches that we've all waited for all season, and the fact that we have what is arguably probably the top pick for this tournament versus one of our wildcard spots, and it's come down to the wildcard currently holding that 2-1 lead as Velocity needs to look to pick up momentum as we move into Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. These are the games that we live for, commentating Splatoon. These are the best games to watch.
Oh, like I knew today would be exciting. I didn't think we'd be starting off with round 1. Moving on to Rainmaker Undertow, as you mentioned, I do expect Persistence to be sticking with the comp that has been working for them. We know beacons are very good here, allowing the teammates to rotate from right to left side in particular very quickly. The brush coming back out from Dat Kid. Persistence sticking to what works. I'm ready for some Rainmaker.
I agree, and I think, Skep, we do have to. I agree with you from the last match as well. I do think we are gonna have to watch for Sam here because Sam's crabs, as you said, have been in very good positions. They have bought enough time for Velocity to really play how they like to play. They like to be patient. They like to push up aggressively when they can, and the crab has allowed them to do that. The crab has allowed them to take space and slow the members of Persistence in a massive way, but of course, Sam, nowhere close to that crab right now. So if I'm Persistence, if I don't see that crab tank up, I'm looking to at least play a little more aggressively than I normally would.
And Lucio popping these missiles here. Bronze is an Inkjet. Now we are getting to our first real team fight of the game. The Inkjet does get the pick on both the Wiper and the shot. Ichi in this Kraken running for that Rainmaker, but the Rainmaker's faster. I really doubt Ichi's going to be able to get any picks here, and they don't. They fall for it, and there we see Velocity breaking that first checkpoint.
Yes, and as Velocity breaks that first checkpoint, of course, 2 members are going to go down here as the Zuka is going to be coming out on the side of Persistence here for Cactus, but Cactus finds nobody with that, and now Cactus and Ichi looking to push up here, just kind of repainting, looking for some space, at least at the moment, as the Rainmaker will reset here, and Persistence needs to look to reset the fight. Oh, that's really unfortunate. There's Stormy there, an unfortunate bomb, and now both your splatter shots are down. This is going to force Lucio to reposition here, and look at the direction that Velocity is going. They are going up the ramp. Now, a lot of people do not push on this on your left side here, Skep. And something to note about that, yes, that ramp is uninkable, but it does get you points way faster, although it is way riskier.
What fascinated me there was actually Lucio's decision to jump to that beacon, because you're right, teams are far less likely to push on that left side. That's not what's practiced, that's not what's rehearsed. That kid goes down possibly trying to grab that Rainmaker, but the decision to jump out from that beacon, strategically speaking, is a risk. You anticipate your opponents pushing that right side, you don't anticipate them pushing left, but Lucio hitting the nail on the head there and does manage to stop that last push. But here we go, J-Man. Persistence is getting some points on the board.
Yeah, and the Crab Tank is active, but look at that was a very good distraction, actually. That was a very good distraction on the side of Persistence. You committed an Inkzuka and the Rainmaker initially to that left side, and now, with that, you drew all the members of Velocity to the side, and now the Kraken sends the members of Velocity into a panic as Ichi is looking for a couple picks, is only able to find one there, and Bronze pops the jet to stay alive, but yet again, the members of Velocity look like the members of Persistence looked like they tried to grab the Rainmaker there just to get a couple more points. They were only really able to get 1 point off that Skep, so not a lot of points off that push, and now the members of Velocity making a much more calculated push to this left side here, the very peculiar left side of Velocity here, and the side that most teams will push to, just to kind of put the Rainmaker, and I feel like a little bit of a worse position.
Yeah, we are check for check with Persistence burning their specials here. The Kraken comes out, and by the way, Ichi's Krakens have just been consistently stellar throughout this entire set, consistently finding value, consistently pushing opponents back. Like, that is a player that I want to be pushing when they don't have that Kraken ready to go. We see Persistence in control of the Rainmaker, Velocity all clumped up around that elbow. Is Persistence going to be able to make a show for it here?
It's going to be a tough ask. They do have Zuka at the ready, and I think they were trying to stall out Sam's Crab Tank there, which they were able to do as Stormy's Inkzuka finds nobody here. None of the members of Velocity are down here at the moment. They are going to have to find a pick here, and that kid just says, you left yourselves wide open, and manages to find 2 in an engagement. Lucio, the last one left alive yet again on the side of Persistence. Velocity holding a very dominant defense here as Ichi jumps to the beacon. They have no idea that Ichi's back there. Now they actually, yes, they did, as Sam pops the Crab Tank there to try and stall them. And yet again, Velocity trying to go up this uninkable ramp, and a 3 down once again on the side of Persistence. 1 member of Velocity goes down. They're going to be able to get a lot more points here, Skep, up the ramp to 34.
Getting it to 34 is quite huge, especially when you count that fact that Persistence only has 34 seconds really to make things happen. Dat Kid jumping out, getting out with their life. We see Persistence in control of the Rainmaker, knowing darn well that this is their last opportunity to prevent themselves from going to a Game 5. They get the pick, they have that Kraken, they have that Zuka. Keep in mind that Kraken can be used for repop if Stormy goes down here, and he does. It's just, once again, Ichi with that Kraken.
Yeah, and Ichi, unfortunately, will be able to pick up that kid, but I don't think they're going to be able to pop the Rainmaker in time with just the Kraken, and that will be the game because Persistence was the last team to hold the Rainmaker. We are going to a Game 5 in round 1, Skep.
It's gonna be a day, J-Man.
it's gonna be a long day, I think, but it's a fun one.
I'm in shock. Oh man. Game 5, Velocity versus Persistence? Is this how any of us anticipated starting round 1 of finals? I certainly didn't.
I genuinely think we were going to have a 3-1. And I genuinely think it was going to go to Velocity. The fact that we have gone to a Game 5 in round 1, with Velocity on the cusp of a reverse sweep here as we move to our final game in round 1, which is Clamblitz on Mako Mart. I don't think anybody expected the level of hype that this match was going to bring at all.
Dude, when I put out the poll this morning, I was wondering if I made a mistake. with what was selected for round 1. Just to keep everybody what's going on in the rest of our bracket here. We had 4 matches going for round 1. Keep in mind the top seed of each qualifier did have a bye. We have Glyph coming out 3-2 over Half-Life, Birthday Brigade 3-1ing La 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 La, and Unlimited Woomy United and Demolition still duking it out with Uwu in the lead 2-1. All of our sets so far here today are looking to be extremely even the ones that we didn't expect to be.
Yeah, even looking at some of the seedings here, I mean, Demolition and Uwu, that's Demolition are number 6 seed and Uwu are 11 seed. They're in a 2-1, so that's absolutely a battle there, Skep. Velocity Persistence, the match that we have on stream, obviously 2-2. That is just absolutely insane. And our 8 and 9 seeds, Half-Life and Glyph, also took it to a game 5, with Glyph taking that 3-2 over Half-Life, and they will be playing against our number 1 seed. Going into round 2, which will be the final reckoning. They are our number 1 seed for the tournament. And obviously, Scott mentioned it earlier, but all these matches that are being streamed, they are picked by you guys. We have a Twitter poll running, and the team that has the most votes at the end of that will be the next game we spectate. Looking at it right now, I believe we still have Eggshells in that lead. Yeah, we do. Actually, we are going to be seeing Eggshells in round 2, as that poll has actually just concluded.
Yeah, and that'll be Eggshells versus the winner of this match, because this match feeds into Eggshells, where they are waiting with their bye. So, Eggshells, if you're watching this, be paying close attention, because your fate could be determined by this game.
Yes, and here we go, Clamblitz on Mako Martin. Yet again, Persistence running a very just standard comp. Dat Kid going back to the brush. We have not really seen any comp changes from Persistence, and honestly, Skep, I kind of like that if you are Persistence. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. As 2 members of Velocity go down, that will at least stall the push for the members of Persistence. What their counter push, what they want to do, but they do manage to get a 3-down situation there, and are able to just shut down Velocity a little bit.
Hitting this with the tisk, 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 because the last thing you want to do on Makomar is go 3 down, because you give up so much space, and we can see the results of that here. The members of Velocity having to put themselves in disadvantageous positions just because of how quickly Persistence was able to push back up. Conversely, though, Persistence going 2 down and wisely backing, not continuing this push. Just happy with the fact that they got a Power Clam dunk in. Velocity, though, having this Inkjet to work off here, this could be dangerous.
Yes, it could be, and with Bronze's Inkjet, you know they're looking for a pick. The one jump out was smart, and Bronze gets picked in midair as Luna Tuna looking for a pick there. The Kraken from Ichi coming out, and you know how dangerous this Kraken has been as Ichi's looking for 1. They have a delayed 2-down situation. Ichi gets a hit on 1, lands on another, finds another pick. These Krakens from Ichi have been insane, and Persistence with that will take the lead, Skep.
Yeah, and Stormy's not being for it here. He knows he doesn't have any clams to work with, biding his time, backing a little bit, letting Velocity come into them. There is honestly the scrap for scrap, the you dunk, we dunk, the quid pro quo, if you will, just the breathtaking 2 down on the side of Velocity. Can Persistence get enough clams to dunk this before Bronze is in a great position with that Inkjet?
Well, they might be able to, as Ichi has the power clam. Are they going to be able to get to the basket overboard? Daki comes up, respawn. They are going to be able to put 10 more points on the board as Lucio manages to throw 1 more clam, and as Dak Kid's alive, but they know where Lucio is, and they're looking for the clam. Cactus with some beautiful fall off there as Lucio safely jumps back, and the members of Velocity are falling one after the other, but it seems like now Velocity has stabilized a little bit, Skep, and they're looking to retake mid as they do take out Lucio. It looked like with the killer whale there for a moment, but they're going to have to watch for that kid. That movement is very dangerous, but as I say that, 2 members of Persistence go down, but that kid wants revenge and gets the pick onto Stormy's Inkjet, or Izuka.
Oh my goodness! But if you're paying attention here, you'll see that when Persistence goes 2 down and they start backing, they stay in a pair. And then the first member of Velocity that works their way up, and wait, Crab versus Kraken, who comes up out on top?
Look at the crab! Look at the crab running!
They're out! That's crazy!
But the whole map is blue as that crab gets completely shut down, and Stormy, looking for the pick, finds nobody with the Izuka there, and what seemed like it might have been a moment for Persistence to score there. They had so much of the map, ended up in nothing. They just didn't have enough clams there as they took 3 down, and Lucio safely, again, jumping back with the power clam. I really like Lucio's jump backs. They always seem extremely consistent and very well done.
Yeah, but we see Velocity gaining some ground here. You can see Bronze gets a double with that Inkjet. That Inkjet about to expire. The Crab on top mid, pushing, forcing the members of Persistence back. Then look at the map is yellow. Datkid is positioned to get the dunk here. They are a brush. 2 members of Persistence are down. Datkid comes in, gets the score. Velocity is well enough in order to pull lead here, and the paint control to do it.
Yeah, they have a lot of paint control to do it as Bronze goes down, and they're still scoring. Clams down to 19 now as 2 members of Velocity go down. That might be the end of Velocity's push here, or it might not be as that kid's looking for another pick. Finds the pick on the Cactus, but they don't have any clams at the ready, but they need to be aware that kid is behind them, and this is going to cost Persistence a lot of time, but they managed to clean up that kid quickly. Step is Stormy forced to pop the Inkzuka here, maybe just looking for a random pick, because sometimes you just shoot the Inkzuka and you get random kills. It's happening more times than I can count as Ichi yet again with the Kraken trying to chase one down. They might not be able to win this. Oh, what a great splash wall!
The splash walls from Ichi just consistently like find a way to get them out of like the craziest post-Kraken positions. I'm a little nervous for Persistence here. Not only do they have a lot of ground to cover, but they don't have a power clam. Their power clam about to expire underneath that basket. Stormy does manage to grab it, but they don't have any specials. Really? We're gonna see another dunk before this game ends, but I wonder who it's gonna be.
Well, they do get the pick onto Datkid, and with Persistence getting their distraction, it might be time for Persistence to move up, but no. Unfortunately, the ball is going to fall. This is going to force Cactus to pick it up and back up as it looked like Stormy on the top of your screen there goes down as Datkid goes down again to Ichi's Kraken. Ichi's been an absolute MVP for the members of Persistence. Here gets another pick, and they need to find the jump in time. Cactus needs to get up and get the clam ball. They're not able to get the throw. The ball is still present though, and Stormy goes down. They're not going to be able to get this ball in. They do pick it up, but it's not going to be enough. Step and Velocity will retake the reverse sweep, and they will be moving on to face Eggshells in round 2.
What a phenomenal way to close out round 1. Persistence refusing to give up that power clam, knowing that that was their only hope of victory, diving on that ball, but in the end, the members of Velocity working together. You could see how they just flushed out their freezer there, completely entrapping it. Just beautiful way to close out Persistence's push. What a game! We started out thinking, oh, Velocity 3-0s this. Then Persistence took the first 2 games, and then you're like, oh, Persistence, they actually might take it here? And Velocity sticking to their guns. You could tell that they started feeling a little warm. Their Wi-Fi routers were cooperating with them, taking it 3-2.
Yeah, and what a great set to start our day. Absolutely incredible tournament. Just to start our day for SAC Finals. So obviously Velocity will be going on to take Eggshells, but if there's something that we have to take off of this game, Skep, Persistence is a threat, and they are a big threat.
Right, like if you came into this, sorry, if you came into this expecting Persistence to be going out 0-2, I don't expect that anymore. They will be moving on to the losers bracket. Keep in mind, this is a double elimination tournament, so nobody is out for the count. But before you can, before you see them twice, they have to lose 2 games in order to be eliminated. So they will be moving on, and they will be fighting either Captain Happy Crew or Birthday Brigade in round 2 of the losers bracket. But for now, we will be moving on to our seed 4 and 5 match between Eggshells and Velocity after a very short break. Don't go anywhere and stay fresh.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SAC Season 8 Finals. I am CHM777, once again joined by the lovely Skepadillions here, going to be bringing you some Round 2 winners action. We're going to be seeing Eggshells versus our winner of our last game in a very intense set, Skep, Velocity.
Yeah, the set that nobody expected to be starting off with this morning, right? Velocity is dropping 2 games to Persistence, only to reverse sweep to continue their winner's bracket run. I am so excited for this set, J-Man. Velocity coming in top dog, right? The ones with the target on their back here for finals today. But Eggshells, my beloved little guys, I can't wait to see how this set goes.
Yes, and we've already seen Velocity in action, as you said, Skep. Their routers are warmed up, and after a little bit of a rocky start, they were able to hold their own against Persistence, but they are going against probably one of the best E-leaders we have in SAC in the form of P-leader on Eggshells.
Yeah, and then what we're going to be seeing here actually is slightly different than Eggshell's usual roster. I don't recognize Bear. Normally when I'm looking at Eggshells, what I'm seeing is Soko, Yuma, P-leader who goes by Red, and BB. Bear is a new little variation coming to the table, and what you typically see coming out from Eggshells is that leader double shot 85 comp. So this is another situation where Velocity is going to be very experienced in fighting these types of opponents.
Right, but Velocity, of course, they do have the ballpoint on their side in the form of Bronze, also possibly that Jet Squelcher if Bronze decides to bring it out, but they are going to have to contest on Splat Zone Ship-Shaped Cargo against an E-leader, which can be very dangerous here, and immediately I'm noticing, Skep, that we are going to be seeing that E-leader versus Custom Jet Squelcher matchup, and I love that.
Ooh, things are a little bit dicey. We're seeing BB coming out with the Squeezer, and if you remember Qualifier 4, it was actually BB's foil Squeezer that really just won games. So this is a Squeezer player that I definitely want to be keeping an eye on, and fun fact about Splat Zone Ship Shape that we're starting off here on round 2, for some reason our lovely map list generator coming into each of the qualifiers put this map mode as round 1 for every single Grands match for qualifier 1 through 3. It was very entertaining.
It was very entertaining, but now a lot of players are more experienced with this map, Skep. So obviously, more positions are more well defined, where each role has to play is a bit more well known. And immediately, I'm already seeing that Velocity is doing a great job of keeping that aggression up on the members of Eggshells here.
Yeah, and they're getting these picks here, right? Velocity knowing what to do in terms of keeping Eggshells out. We see Bear trying to come in from that top right. They have the assistance from BB. They managed to get the pick on Luna on that zap, but can they neutralize the zone? It seems like they're really struggling here overpainting this storm.
Yeah, and a really good call from Bronze there to throw the storm, as the Zuka will slow them down. They're able to find a pick into the zone, but they still haven't decapped the zone. And they have a lot of paint to contest as a Soko actually wins a fight in mid, and that was actually massive for Eggshells because it actually fully reversed the zone in favor of Eggshells here, Skep. But once again, Eggshells goes 2 down in return.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Velocity's comp, and it simply is the more paint-positive comp. Squeezer can paint, yes, but it's not exactly going in and dropping 2k paint, and the same goes for Leader. So really, it's up to Soko and Bear to keep paint down in order to contest Velocity here, and it's going to be a lot of work to do that if the Squeezer is not dropping picks.
Yeah, and the other thing you do have to be wary of is they do have P-leader on this E-leader, so you do have to give time for P-leader to set up and charge some shots and make some very crucial picks. It is going to come down to how good is P-leader's aim here, but unfortunately, as the members of Eggshells actually win a fight in mid, and the zone actually gets flipped as Bronze throws out the storm, the members of Eggshells, though, Skep, really need to find some time to push up into the enemy's court area, and they're just not able to do that.
Right, and then Velocity manages to come right back in, recap. They have another penalty to work with, but they have shown that they're capable of working through that penalty rather dominantly. We see Soko trying to get some paint down in court, but he's alone. He has to fight Luna and Bronze up on this right side of the map. Well, Dakin is down with the brush. That is going to give them an opportunity to try and do something with this leader. Bronze is weak, does have to back, but with only 20 ticks remaining, can Eggshells do it?
It's going to be tough as it comes down to this push here, and you can see 3 members of Eggshells trying to fight 1 member, and now another member of Eggshells goes down. 3 members go down, and that's already going to be game 1 there, Skep. A dominant hold by Velocity.
Somebody's feeling warm. Velocity not giving into the winter weather here going on. Their hands are warm. They are hot. They are going to take that game, like you said, dominantly. Worth noting, Splatzone's ship shape does tend to go one way or the other. It's not exactly a Clams Mako Mart or Rainmaker Humpback that it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So once Velocity really had a good hold, if Eggshells could not replicate the strength of that hold, it was going to be very difficult for them. And that's what we saw. Velocity had significantly better footing.
Yeah, and they did, and I think you just didn't give. I think just the members of Eggshells did not give P Leader ample time to set up. I mean, we saw a couple fantastic shots from P Leader, obviously onto that kid on the brush, but them running their more paint-heavy comp, as you said, on the side of Velocity, Skep just played into their advantage. Of course, you had the Ink Storm, you had once again that Crab Tank from Sam, which has been a pain in the backside. Every time it's been popped, really slowing down the other team's push. And that's something I think we've seen a lot with Crab Tank when it does get played now, is it is that stall tool when it's positioned right. It's no longer obviously the dominant force it once was when you're running 2 of them. But even 1 Crab Tank still existing and getting popped in the worst position can absolutely slow down your momentum.
You're right. Crab Tank is a special that is inherently momentum denying. It is the splash that can keep paint down and deny you that way. It is the splash that can throw burst bombs at your feet to make you hesitate on pushing in because you're chipped. And then it's a Crab Tank. It's still very good. I know the meta has shifted quite drastically away from it, but man, that doesn't mean that it's not going to find value. And Sam on that splash as a player that has plenty, a year's plus experience working around that weapon.
Yeah, they do. And if we get into our next match, we are going to be seeing tower control on Manta Maria. So obviously this plays a little bit differently if you are the members of Eggshells here, Skep. Velocity. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we do still see that custom jet, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we do see Bronze bring out that ballpoint and we do see that. And oddly enough, these are very interesting comps. I see a non-leader.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Oh man, the Clash Blaster, one of my favorite weapons of all time, till Tony when I said that. Coming out from that kid, a rat of a player, right? And you can see him. This is feeling very reminiscent against Persistence with that brush shark. Oh, unable to find a pick on the leader though.
Yeah, unfortunately, as 2 members of Eggshells go down, 1 member of Velocity goes down, and as you said, the Clash Blaster, the rat of Splatoon. Anytime there's a tower control match, you go into series or you go into X Battles, there's probably a Clash Blaster somewhere. And that kid is an expert at using it and currently keeping P Leader completely out of position, but not entirely, as P Leader has a very nice angle to make some very nasty shots on the tower here. So the members of Velocity are going to have to be careful, because once you cross this line, P Leader has a very wide open lane, as you saw right there. 3 members Skep go down on Velocity.
Can they get the pick on Bronze? Bronze gets the pick on Bear and now has their sights on P Leader. Bronze going down thanks to Soko, though. Great teamwork there. And now we see Eggshells coming in for their first push as the members of Velocity try to resituate in their elbow. And that's 1 dead rat.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw P Leader's aim just not move at all, and I'm like, oh, that kid, you are done. It's over. You're just not living. as Bronze immediately being forced into a very dangerous position between Rain and Izuka, but managing to live out in that engagement, trying to fight the Nautilus, ends up losing that fight as two members on both sides go down as the tower resets to neutral. Dat Kid up top battling P-Leader. That's a wipeout if you're Velocity, and now Dat Kid being able to push up has massive advantage, and this spot is just gross.
Dat Kid, more like Rat Kid. We see him getting into position exactly where you want a Clash Blaster to be, and that's denying opponent entry. Those chumps do come out, and this second checkpoint is the most difficult checkpoint to break. Trading out that shot, we see Luna jumping in for the tower, but they are unable to break that checkpoint. Now is a great opportunity for Eggshells to try and get control, but they are going to not only clear Sam from their bunker here, but also take their own plat back.
Yeah, but they do have to clear out Sam first, but Sam is going to opt to back up here, which I like the play, and you do see Bronze with the Inkjet at the ready. I expect a Busy Bomb, and here comes that Inkjet getting it popped, looking for maybe the pick on Soko, I believe, who's in that corner there, and able to find nobody with that Inkjet, so unfortunately that is going to be a wasted special, as now the E-Leader is going to be throwing, of course, that Wavebreaker. That is going to slow the numbers of Velocity down, but that kid, being a rat, as usual, has been spotted out by the E-Leader, and now is in trouble, going to be using that Curling Bomb to back up here, Skep, but all the while, Velocity has been slowly pushing this tower up.
Yeah, you're right. And it's really Dat Kid who's keeping the members of Eggshells consistently one down in order to solo any sort of momentum that they may or may not be gaining, right? As long as Eggshells is one member down, they're being a little shy. They're being little guys. They don't want to push up without their whole squad and also hold hands with the power of friendship. This is just coming out from Bronze, just gonna buy Velocity some time to work back in. But once again, you see Eggshells not pushing.
Yeah, and Dat Kid just appearing on this top, gonna just destroy that Wavebreaker from P-Leader there, and allows Dat Kid to still be in a very dangerous position up top on the bunker, able to chip damage down Bear there, finds a pick, but of course the NZAP on the side of Velocity is gonna go down, and now BB looking for the pick on the Dat Kid. It honestly seems like their priorities are trying to shift to Dat Kid because they realize there is a blaster present and the Naut is cooking there down in the corner. But look at Dat Kid has been up here on this bunker, on this wall for the last few minutes.
BB says you're not pulling that again. I am going to force you back. We see Dat Kid force it back. Soko comes in, does get the pick for the first time this game. Eggshells has man advantage on that second checkpoint. They lose BB there on this Nautilus, though. That's really unfortunate for their push here, J-Man.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to force the members of Eggshells to back up as the Zap now falls, and here comes the Inkjet. Great shot from P-Leader, able to stop Bronze before dying, and now the Wavebreaker on the tower. So now you have a moving Wavebreaker. That is just one of the most dangerous things in the game. You're going to get tagged in every which way as the Tri-Strikes are going to come out, and that will force the tower at least to be vacant for a little while as the members of Velocity continue to pick off Eggshells in the back there, and it just seems like Eggshells not able to hold enough space or just enough time. They're not able to clear this corner, and that has been one of their biggest weaknesses this game. 7 seconds left, the Inkjet gets popped, and now it's just, I believe that's just BB on the tower. They don't really have a lot of points, but the bomb's gonna get dropped. Overtime begins. Barry gotta get on the tower. Yep, Clash Blaster moment.
Yeah, the Clash Blaster just applying a continuous storm of chip onto every single member of Eggshell as they dare tiptoe towards that tower, right? You know, you can really see Eggshells adapting. You can see them acknowledging the fact that they had to deal with the Clash Blaster on that top right. We see a little fisty there from Dat Kid and Luna. There was a timeline where Eggshells took that. You could see it.
There was, and unfortunately, the Clash Blaster is just so strong on Manta Maria. Specifically, that all the ledges that the Clash Blaster can get you from, obviously taking you off the bunker from both sides. Whether you're at the bottom of the bunker looking to come up, or you're at the top of the bunker looking to go down, Clash Blaster's got you covered there. That second checkpoint, Skep, is on the corner, right near the enemy spawn. Clash Blaster can just kind of sit over on the wall more toward that snipe area on that right side there from your spawn, and they can use the block, shoot over that way, or they can use the corner in your street area and take you off the tower that way, and that's exactly what we saw in that game, and that's exactly why Velocity was able to hold on to it as long as they were.
You're so right. And really, I think Dat Kid played that phenomenally. just consistently rotating with that Clash Blaster, waiting for opportunities to drop. You could really see Eggshells acknowledging the problem though, and to me that gives me hope moving on to Rainmaker Humpback, that they're thinking, their little wheels are turning, their cookies are running, if you will.
Yeah, something I noticed though, while Eggshells was able to adapt to an extent, right, against Clash Blaster, Velocity was also doing the same thing to Eggshells. They realized that they were trying to focus Dat Kid, and because of that, they were able to get away with more risky positions on the side of Velocity, and they were able to catch members of Eggshells off guard in more ways than one. So seeing two adaptations happen at once from both different sides, from both different, from essentially two different mindsets. So a very good adaptation on either side, as Velocity, of course, I believe, once again, is on a match point here, Scout.
Yeah, but they're no strangers to reverse sweeps, right? Let's not count Eggshells out quite yet, but they have been sitting cold. Keep in mind, Eggshells has a bye the previous round, given that they did win Qualifier 4. We see those dualies coming out from Bear. That is significantly not something I expect from them.
No, I didn't see that at all, but do you see what Dat Kid's playing? Dat Kid's on a sploosh. There's no Ninja Squid on that sploosh. It's just pure swim speed. So I think this is going to be, like, if that kid is going to be the player to get up in your face, try and use this hammer to find some picks, and unfortunately tries to, burns the hammer there and just gets nobody with that first sploosh pick.
These weapon choices coming out from Dat Kid absolutely do just frankly blow my mind. But it's the I'm better diff and you have to deal with it, in terms of weapon picks.
Yeah, as two members of Eggshells go down once again, Bronze going to be that Rainmaker holder, so they are going to be losing, I believe, the ball point temporarily, but you see Luna looking to push up as the Inkback is going to get popped. This is going to force the members of Velocity to back up out of this corner as the Rainmaker, as the Inkback will get shot at the Rainmaker, but it looks like Dat Kid with this boost still has enough damage as the Inkzuka is going to get thrown, and now Dat Kid's moving in with the hammer. This is extremely dangerous if you are Eggshells, because you just gave this hammer free reign, throws the hammer, doesn't find the pick. Yeah, doesn't find the... I'm surprised that hammer honestly didn't kill Scout.
Yeah, me too. We see Luna grabbing the Rainmaker, does get picked by P Leader as she tries to go for the dunk, but getting to 25 remaining is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. 3.5 minutes remaining in this game. Eggshells still going to try and get some points on the board, but they're already having to deal with Dat Kid the Rat in mid, and you can see how much they're struggling just to get their toes in the game.
Yeah, and even with this Rainmaker reset, it just seems like the members of Eggshells have not been able to get a solid foothold of mid, but now they might be able to. They have the Inkback at the ready, so I wouldn't be surprised if Peter actually opts to not pop the vac here, but unfortunately pops it a little bit at the wrong time and gets hammered in the face by Dat Kid once again. But of course the members of Eggshells did pop their other two specials, but they need to find some picks off of this step, and it doesn't seem like they're able to. They do get some assists though.
Yeah, they do manage to get the pick on Elbow that might stop them from getting the push, and Soka 1v1ing Sam in that corner. The hammer comes out from Dat Kid. It really, there's a lot of smoke and no fire here, J-Man. Eggshells trying to take their 1v1s, trying to find an opportunity, but it really seems like their attention is so split across the map that they just aren't able to prioritize objective.
You're right about that, and once again, the members of Velocity looking for a very strong push here, but at the moment, two members go down, they do get Dat Kid. This is going to force Sam back into this corner here and going to try and jump the wall, it seems like, with this Rainmaker in a very nice spot. Honestly, if I was the members of Velocity, I'm staying up on that wall because you can't get it from that side, but that corner is also just a nasty spot to get the Rainmaker out of, so very smart play there.
Right, I was just about to say, as soon as that Rainmaker's picked up, Dat Kid is going to drop on them, but they do manage to figure out that the Rat is hiding there. And look at this Luna sharking that right check. There's just a lot of sharks going on, waiting for the members of Eggshells to overextend, and they're just consistently finding the exact pick that they need to at the right time in order to stall out any momentum. Very phenomenally played from Velocity here, and you can see that with the score line of 25 to 91 remaining.
Yeah, and it just seems like Eggshells is not getting any momentum going, and when they want to, that kid just appears out of nowhere and ruins their plans. But now that kid gonna be jumping back as the crab tank from Bear gets popped in the corner. Bear really needs to find some picks here, or at least some damage on some players, and they are aware that they hit 2, and there's the hammer from that kid, which does get picked here. So this might be the moment that the members of Eggshells were looking for, but I say that too soon as they die to a fizzy bomb, it looked like, and they go 3 down, Skep.
Sweet, sweet hot chip there, stalling out Eggshells' push, and not only that, because they burnt all their resources there, well, as they should, frankly, they now no longer have any presence in mid. They are going to have to start looking to reform their plan. P Leader forced to back against this hammer, Velocity in great control of Fish and mid. So, man, I'm breathless here, J-Man.
Yeah, Velocity is putting on a clinic on defensive play here, and yet again, we have been seeing P-Leader get bullied and pushed out of position over and over again, but they are aware that kid was there, so that's a big pick now, but the members of Eggshells need to take this momentum and push up. But again, Scott, we see this constant sharking from Velocity, and they're just never, Eggshells are just never aware that anybody's there.
Yeah, and not only that, but they don't have their sensors anymore, right? We did see BB with those point sensors last game, and they were kind of able to adapt because they constantly knew where that kid was with that Clash Blaster. Here is the shark from the sploosh as we do enter overtime. P-Leader rounding the corner, and it's just that kid. They managed to break the checkpoint, so they've extended their overtime here, but can they flush out that kid and Sam? They get one, but Sam comes in and grabs the fish! Closing out our round 2 set here, 3-0 in favor of Velocity, continuing their run here on winner's bracket, and honestly, really showing what they're made of this set.
Yeah, Velocity is now cooking, and you have multiple problems coming from multiple different angles here, Skep. Obviously, that kid has been a rat this entire set and has been making life miserable for Eggshells that entire set, but on the other end, you do have just the fact that Eggshells just never seem to get a great foothold of mid. Even when they managed to get that kid, they were playing a little bit too slowly and allowed that kid and other members of Velocity to shark or reset back up. And that's just something you cannot afford when you're playing against Velocity.
Right. And just... Oh man, it really was a test of Eggshell's game awareness. They're a newer team, but they have been playing consistently since the start of our lovely beholden SAC Season 8, but the members of Velocity have been around since, oh gosh, the dawn of time in terms of competition here. So, continuing to show their excellence. I have no doubt that we will be seeing them again later on in our bracket as we shift gears.
Yes, we do, and we are still waiting on results of the poll, so I'm not entirely sure. And actually, this is a pretty even poll, all things considered, for what we might be seeing going into round 3. Obviously, Velocity being our number 5 seed, they're going to go on to face the final Reckoning, who is our number 1 seed for the tournament. So that is definitely going to be a very dangerous match on both sides. And we are still awaiting on the results of Captain Happy Crew's opponent. It looks like Unlimited Woomy United has a 2-1 currently over Elongated as they head into Game 4.
Exactly. I really expected Birthday to Brigade to take that game over Captain Happy Crew despite the 7th to 2 seed matchup there between both of those teams. Elongated versus Unlimited Woomy United. Unlimited Woomy actually is playing today because of drops. So they were doing well in the wildcard race, but because they only played Qualifier 4, they didn't have that many points to show for it. Elongated, the winner outright of Qualifier 3. So that's a match that I bet would be very exciting to see. So the winner of that match will be facing Captain Happy Crew, which is the set that we will be looking forward to next. Worth noting, the Final Reckoning is doing very well in the poll. Captain Happy Crew wants it. Lord have mercy. They just put in help desk. Can Captain Happy Crew change our name to Cheesecake Lovers mid-tournament? Guys!
When have we ever allowed this? I mean, yes, it's great. It's great that they all like cheesecake. Don't worry. I appreciate that. But guys, like, come on.
You know, listen. I am a gracious host. If they want to do it,
Do it. There's sad cat. Oh no, there's a sad cat in the chat. Now we have to allow it. See, now we have to.
Yeah.
Allow it.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. No, Sam, we don't want to wear your lovely names out on Velocity. We will see you again. Just go win versus the final reckoning, and we'll see you. Oh, goodness gracious! How are you doing, J-Man?
I'm excited. We've had some very just fun games to watch. Velocity obviously on a tear. There's a lot of things I'm looking forward to. I mean, even looking at some of these losers bracket games right now, I'd love to see Persistence make another run. I would love to see Persistence go as far as they can into losers. I would love to see Persistence back because they put on such a great show for us round one. Eggshells, I mean, they gotta fight They got a chance there, but man, Eggshells has got to warm up, and I think that bye kind of hurt them a little bit.
Right, the buy factor. They go from having their warm-up scrim into sitting on their hands for 30 plus minutes. We are going to start seeing the first games of our losers bracket underway. We have Birthday Brigade versus Persistence, Eggshells and La 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 La, as you mentioned, and Glyph versus Demolition going on. Half-Life still waiting for their opponent. Which should be coming up soon. It's whoever between Elongated and Unlimited Woomy United, whoever loses there will be going on to face Half-Life in the losers bracket. And then whoever wins faces, dare I say, Cheesecake Lover.
It's a day! I love this day!
You know, J-Man, how has your SAC Season 8 been?
Honestly, there was through staffing and helping set up the brackets and getting everything together, it's been a very eventful season. Obviously, we had that little bit of a 3-week break between Qualifier 3 and Qualifier 4. Which kind of took my mind off of SAC for a bit, but I think it was a much-needed break for a lot of us on the commentary side and the staff team. But I love the highlight videos that we've been able to put out this season. I think our editors behind the scenes have done an amazing job. I think all of our streamers have done an amazing job. It's been a very fun and eventful season. And it's just enjoyable to be back and doing stuff like this. I've always enjoyed doing commentary, staffing for tournaments, because I feel like once you are part of like the Splatoon TO organizations in any way, or you're part of the Splatoon community, you become one with like everything in the community at your own pace. And for me, that's been on the competitive side.
You know, I've really enjoyed this season of SAC. SAC's always had a nice little place in my heart. I think I started commentating SAC in season 5. And I think I commentated every single grand finals for the past 3 seasons. So obviously I'm not going to get a chance to do that today because Tama and I will be swapping. But where do our commentators go? That's another question. I wasn't supposed to commentate today. This kind of just happened because there was nobody.
Yeah, shoutouts to the please help. We need more commentators in this Splatoon tournament scene.
Hashtag IPLLabs.inc/help us.
Help us, please.
Yeah, so I've greatly enjoyed this season of SAC. It's been lovely, honestly. Running it for the first time, you know. Am I glad it happened? Yes. Am I excited for it to end? Also, yes. we are cooking some things for next year. So.
Yeah, we are. So in between SAC finals and whenever the next thing comes up or another SAC comes up, there's going to be a lot of stuff to change, whether that be staffing wise, whether that be how tournaments are run, or what tournaments pop up in between. Because we know the Splatoon community never runs out of tournaments. Obviously, we do have to follow a few more guidelines than what we had. Obviously, as you all know, welcome back. Our tournament name, obviously, mid-season had to be changed from the Splatoon Advanced Circuit to the Squid Advanced Circuit. So a lot of factors at play. But yeah, there's some fun things cooking behind the scenes. So I would say if people want to get involved with anything or the competitive side of Splatoon, like in any way, whether that be commentary, whether that be making a team, or whether that just be learning staff, there are so many resources and people that you can reach out to that we would love to teach and have. And in terms of the commentary perspective, I started commentating way back in SAC, like, oh god, was it season 0 or season 1? Like, when SAC started. And that was a long time coming. And over time, I've built my commentary up because I started like I knew nothing. And there have been so many people along the way that have helped me grow as a commentator, and we can do. I would love to do the same for others.
It's special, right? So fun fact. At my first LAN, for some odd reason, my room where I was staying with my lovely friends became like this TO power circle. It was so bizarre. I was baby. Nobody knew who I was. I was just there to have a good time and compete. And for some other reason, like every TO that's ever held a candle is sitting in a circle on our hotel floor talking about the future of the Splatoon scene. It was crazy. And at the time, one of the previous heads of SAC was going into retirement, and his name was Ray's. You know him. I host the podcast with him. And Ray's was like, yeah, like I'm ready to step back. I'm looking at other things, like just changing his direction, essentially. And I was like, hey, Ray's, I know you don't know me, like, at all, and I haven't really done anything, but, like, I could do that. Like, I can run SAC. Like, let me try. And at the time, like, I was a little shrimp. And nobody... I mean, it was a crazy thing to even try and suggest. And then, lo and behold, 2 years later, ha! Gotcha! Could have never predicted that. So really it just goes down to, like, if you want to do something in the competitive Splatoon community, it is within your grasp to make it happen. If you have the time and you have the desire, like, do it. Nothing's stopping you. We don't gaslight gatekeep girl boss here.
Yeah.
Oh, SAC, beloved SAC. We are queuing into our next lobby. I can see that Inkfarer, our amazing streamer, is looking for that match, looking for that lobby, so we will be getting into it very soon, and that will be Cheesecake Lovers versus Unlimited Woomy United.
Yeah, Cheesecake Lovers versus Ooh Woo. That'll be fun.
There's no way.
No.
Sorry, J-Man, can you say that again? I didn't clip it.
No, wait! How dare you! I can't believe you want to clip that! Someone in Twitch chat probably already did it!
Listen, I love clipping my friends saying embarrassing things. That's free content!
It is! It's free content! It's exactly what it is!
Oh man, are we ready for Cheesecake Lovers, the Captain Happy crew, to face Ooh Woo? I'm ready.
I'm ready for it as we get into setting up our lobby here. Nice little time to talk, have a little relaxation moment in between two games. Sometimes that's what you needed. Honestly, after these last two sets, I think that break was deserved a little bit, Scott.
Wait. A match dispute in my double limb bracket?
How could you? Who did it? Oh, Sam did it. They're like, if they want to be streamed, they can be streamed. It's Reckoning Velocity.
Wait, bro, just play the set.
Play the set.
Gosh, diddly darn.
Play the set.
Bro, listen, they what characters, honestly. Yeah, we're gracious hosts here, Blasters12. We let them change their name. Aren't we cool?
I think we're cool.
What other tournament would let you change your name?
I think yeah.
Ay. Here we go. Alright, let's
well,
look at these teams. Cheesecake Lovers and Unlimited Woomy United.
Hold on, I have to look up their old team name because they're not going to be updated on their doc. You know, our lovely commentator docs. So we have to look up Captain Happy Crew because that's what they're written as. You know?
You can change that, edit that.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, I could.
I'm so right.
But why would I? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Let me
Oh
okay, Captain Happy Crew, by the way, was the winner of Qualifier 2. They got first place. Interestingly enough, they have faced Unlimited Woomy United before in said qualifier going 2-0. So, we'll see if anything has changed between now and then. Oh! Wait! Please run Blob. Anyway.
Oh! That's right.
They have Blob in their weapons.
I forgot. I forgot you're one of those people.
One of those people?
Look, I have all the respect for Blobmans. I do. Okay?
Blacklisted. I'll never come to for IQ again. Blacklisted.
Wow.
You ruined this day.
Look, do you want Blob? I don't think you want a Blob on Tower Control Hagglefish.
Listen, I do! I do! What the heck? How dare you?
I'm sorry.
I'm here. No, you're not!
I'm sorry.
Don't say that if you don't mean it, J-Man! Anyway, yeah. Point being... Captain Happy Crew, currently known as Cheesecake Lovers, they have Quanyo, who can play Blaster and Range Blaster, but Mayo, who can play Blob, and that's one of my favorite combinations in the game. No shot! J-Man.
Yes.
Would you please repeat what Inky just said? Will I die of shame?
Wait. What did you even say? What?
Inkfarer has accused me of dead naming Cheesecake Lovers.
How
this is unreal.
Skep getting bullied SAC Finals live. What is this?
I mean, that's to be expected.
Alright, either way, here we go. Cheesecake Lovers in the blue. Double roller on the side of Unlimited Woomy United. Excuse me?
This is what they run. This is what you expect out of Uwu. If you know them, you love them. It is nothing beyond the Aerospray, gluing it all together. But we very quickly see Cheesecake Lovers getting the pick on the absolutely crucial Aerospray that makes their comp function.
Yes, absolutely. As the Cheesecake Lovers immediately are being pushed back from Woomy. Woomy finds the charger, so this is going to allow the members of Uwu to push up immediately. Nice pick onto the end zap there from the Flings Roller, and with the cooler coming out, the members of Cheesecake Lovers are going to be forced to back up here, Skep, and it looks like Uwu will get this first checkpoint for free.
Right, and Uwuzi here on this right side, miraculously, given how poorly that opening exchange went for them here, that having that first checkpoint is huge. We see that cooler run it coming out from Cheesecake Lovers. The Reef Slider going in does get picked, and it's just both of those rollers. And realistically now, just the Carter versus the Splash, and the Splash comes out on top. Splat here to camp this jump can. Axiom traded out. They do. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was really well played from Splat. They're able to find I'm pretty sure every single member of Uwu there as Woomy comes in and just burst cancels two people immediately, and that push is shut down as now Woomy on the flank looking for the shark, gets some damage onto Splat, misses the second, misses the roller there, and now forced onto the retreat.
Is there any way that they come out on top here? Oh! What? Okay, come on, Jane Man, hit me with your best ooh woo.
No.
Come on. Alright, fine. We see Cheesecake Lovers at this first checkpoint, ducking and weaving for that tactical where they do break that check, they pull lead. Then we can see Uwuzi jumping in. Oh! What?
I'm so confused what side is what on the map right now, Skep. That was absolutely insane what we just saw coming out of Uwu there. An absolutely disgusting roller flick from the members of Uwu. Able to find a full wipeout there. And now Uwu on the retreat though as Quan gets taken out. Three members go down. It's just Captain Happy versus Uwuzi, who is being very aggressive and chasing Captain Happy all the way back to their spawn.
Yeah, and you can see that they have this. There's really not a lot between Uwu and lead here, right? Captain Happy Crew on this top right side, but there's a lot of things flying. They're gonna have those missiles. They're gonna have that booyah bomb from the glue guns. They have that Zuka. There's just so much pressure they could possibly take out this charger on that top right side as Uwu pulls the lead here. This Reef Slider coming in from nothing. Not only is that gonna get the pick, but that's gonna give those rollers some precious paint to work with. But can they break second?
Yeah, breaking the second checkpoint is going to be the hardest thing as Axiom jumps in, pops the Booyah Bomb, able to just stall it under the tent, looking for a pick. Nobody there in the corner, manages to find Quan. Yo, takes them out, and what a great shot from Captain Happy. Great awareness there, as that will shut down the push. And ooh, unfortunately, Scap not able to break that checkpoint like they wanted.
Man, a minute and a half left though. It is tower control, so they are going to have that overtime to work with if they so need it. But Cheesecake Lovers now taking that tower. Two members of Uwu marks, but we can see they managed to get the pick on that charger. That's their tower rider. Axiom ducking and weaving gets the pick on Quanio. They're almost to that booyah bomb. Honestly, I think Uwu's going to get another push in here.
I think they're going to as well. And what amazes me about Uwu, their commitment to such an unconventional comp. But it's not just the commitment to their unconventional comp, it's the way they play it. Double roller, you do not have a lot of pain. Uwu does not have a lot of pain. Obviously, they've got the Reach Slider, which does help with that. But they're running very slow painting weapons. Obviously, Flings is pretty decent at painting when it does vertical flick or horizontal flicks. But what's so dangerous about this comp is that it's so aggressive. And they're able to do stuff like that where the rollers can just go in and have their fun. And Woomy finds three, gonna get the jump onto the fourth. And that's essentially a delayed quad for Woomy there. Just absolute devastation from Uwu.
It's you either love them or you hate them for what they bring to the table. There is quite simply no team like Uwu, as you mentioned, and this comp really is built around this aerospray, so if nothing can stay alive, that makes everything significantly better for Uwu. They have that kill power, they have that aggression, they have an excellent paint support that's extremely accustomed to painting for their teammates specifically. They've been around for a very long time. They won the league back in the day.
They did, and unfortunately, overtime has begun immediately, and there's nobody on the tower for Cheesecake Lovers, and Uwu will take game one immediately, Skep. I mean, if I'm Cheesecake Lovers, I'm kind of a little blown back and kind of taken aback by that game, because you had a more traditional comp, and you just got stomped by two rollers in an aerospray.
Oh my gosh, okay. You gotta keep in mind, Cheesecake Lovers, like I said earlier, one qualifier too. They just simply won it. They defeated Unlimited Woomy United in semifinals of that very qualifier. And then Uwu, that they clearly have not forgotten. You may have changed your name, but they still recognize who you are.
Yes, and I think that was very apparent there. And just the play from Uwu and their aggression. Flings a roller, obviously putting out a very much solid paint, getting some incredible horizontal flicks, getting that double kill. You saw Woomy on the carbon running that ninja squid, able just to sneak through at just free will and burst canceling every member of Cheesecake Lovers down. It's just, if you are Cheesecake Lovers, I have to figure out, okay, we can take out one roller, but which one is the priority? And as you said, Skep, the other issue is you have that reef slider on the side of Uwu. So the fact that they're able to paint as much as they can and can get those reef sliders off will allow the rollers a bit more movement, because the reef slider becomes a large distraction as well as a great painting tool for them.
Right. And okay, so just anticipating a little bit of what's going on here. We did break down the comps yesterday on the podcast. What do you do to defeat every single team coming out today for finals? And really for Unlimited Woomy United, it came down to nothing on that Aerospray. If you pick the Aerospray, the rest of the comp loses a significant degree of stability. Not exactly that stability is what they're going for. That being said, we are moving on to Rainmaker, right? I very strongly doubt we're going to see the Aerospray, nothing picking up the Rainmaker a lot. However, that means that whoever's picking it up does get the Rainmaker, which is an excellent painter. So if you're looking at Unlimited Woomy United's comps, realistically, only a couple of picks matter in Rainmaker. Are you getting the right picks at the right time? And Unlimited Woomy United is a comp that can get picks. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go. We do see Cheesecake Lovers bringing out the sploosh that is going to give them some excellent popping power.
Yeah, and it's not just the excellent popping power. Look at the way they have set up the team on the side of Cheesecake Lovers. They have decided to completely switch their weapon comp to essentially bring in the Tacticooler, which is we saw in the other game. But what this allows Cheesecake Lovers to do is it allows them, this comp, this more short range, more mobile, aggressive comp, allows them to challenge these rollers a bit more effectively and a bit more efficiently. Unfortunately, if you're not aware that a member isn't there, you're still going to suffer the same fate at the hands of one of those rollers, as you just saw there, Scout.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with that analysis, J-Man. Okay, Reef Slider versus Stamper. Reef Slider wins. We see the Aerospray, of all things, dropping in on that left side, getting a double. We can see Uwu going in for a push here, but can they clear out John and Captain Happy in their elbow? Look how quickly the members of Cheesecake Lovers, look how quickly they're back in position. This Zuka's coming out. They gets to pick up the fish.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a little bit of a Tacticooler buff there, so they were able to come back in. And as they get another off the pop, they're not aware that Woomy's there. They were actually. The hammer comes out and picks Woomy in the corner as the last member of Uwu is going to fall there. So this is going to allow Cheesecake Lovers to at least start pushing up, but they do have to be aware of this Flings roller. They get a very solid pick. Nice Rainmaker shot there from John in the corner, but unfortunately is going to fall to Axiom. And now Axiom with these look is looking for a pick on the Quanyo and finds it. That's 3 down on the side of Cheesecake Lovers. Skep.
Yeah, and they're pushing now, right? They're not going to have that cooler buff this time to work with. We do see that Sploose doing everything it can to try and threaten this checkpoint on the right side, just tossing curlings. But we can see nothing getting ready to situate for a dunk here. We're still even, right? Neither team having broken the checkpoint after this wipe for the opening 2 minutes of the game. For a game that is playing so scrappy, so fast, so in your face, there is not a lot happening in terms of the actual Rainmaker.
No, it is. And you're right. And that wipe was actually crucial if you were the side of Cheesecake Lovers there. But unfortunately, you weren't able to get anything else done as the hammer gets popped. Captain Happy looking for a pick. Gets one with the splash damage of the hammer. That radius is a lot bigger than I think people realize. Unfortunately, though, walks into Woozy and just gets absolutely decked as Woozy manages to find a trade with John, who unfortunately is not able to get enough points as another trade comes out. That is literally everybody dead. There's one player left on each team for like the last 3 engagements.
trade for trade for trade. That's all I see going on. The Rainmaker's still not having moved. We see John picking it up, but it's just Axiom left on those blue guys. I think we might know. I never know in this game, but finally, at long last, Cheesecake Lovers is the first team to break a checkpoint.
Yes, and unfortunately, Woomy goes down to Captain Happy's. The hammer gets thrown. Unfortunately, hits the wall. Not really a lot of movement there. And I like the play here that John tried to make, going up to the cage area of the members of Uwu here. And the reason that was such a good idea is because you have a lot of pressure. The hardest thing, especially with Rainmaker on this map, Skep, is your opponents have to go downhill, and then they have to fight you uphill in their own spawn. Mm-hmm. That doesn't really play at a great advantage when you have the Rainmaker sitting on top of the cage.
Yes, you're so right. And like once you break that checkpoint, all you have to do is look forward and your opponents are at an inherent disadvantage. But despite that, this didn't snowball, right? Just because Uwu was just playing so scrappy, so in your face, just trying to trade out. The Rainmaker ended up back in mid, so now we have a minute left. Uwu still has to try and break a checkpoint. And honestly, with how absurd this game has been, I question whether or not they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, this game is just ridiculously fast-paced. It seems like every time we switch camera angles or we move to the top view, there is just action happening everywhere, and it can be hard to keep track of, as we see here, Skep. Now it looks like the members of Cheesecake Lovers looking to make a push here. They're going to be able to get some more points. That's a wipeout, actually. They might actually just be able to get the straight dunk here. Oh, maybe not, as John gets taken right at 10, though. So now Uwu on the back foot with a very large push to go, but Captain Happy going to try and pick up the Rainmaker. Doesn't get there.
Alright, let's take a deep breath. Unlimited Woomy United, in order to take game 2, not only needs to break checkpoint, but get below 8 remaining. Given how this game has been going so far, they have their work cut out for them, but they managed to get 2 picks here, J-Man. We are off to a great start.
We are, and don't forget, with the new changes to Rainmaker, of course, Skep, once they break that checkpoint, the overtime timer does reset, and that overtime timer, if I recall correctly, is linked to the timer on the top of the Rainmaker as well. So every pick is very crucial here. They're going to have to clear this cage, but the Crab Tank's going to make that very difficult, and unfortunately, the Crab Tank is going to actually end that game. And, wow. That was, now we have a 1-1 set. Just like that.
Take a sip of water, J-Man. I know, I need it too.
Yeah.
That was the slowest I had seen that game being played for its entirety. Oh man. It was a slogfest. If that is how the remainder 3 games, keep in mind it's a best of 5 set, we are 1-1. Either of these teams needs to win 2 more games. If that's how the rest of this is going to be going, I'm gonna need another cup of coffee.
I will probably need like 3 more bottles of water. Not even gonna joke around. This is absolutely insane. It's, you said it yourself, Skep. It's incredibly scrappy. These fights are back and forth, and the aggression from both of these teams, it was on full display there that neither of these teams want to back down off of a fight. We saw so many situations there where it was trade for trade, and then it comes down to 1v1 fights until one team gets the backup they need. But I want to bring attention to that very last push that Uwu had there. They slowed the pace of the game.
Yes.
And when they slowed the pace of the game, it seemed like Cheesecake Lovers actually were a little bit taken aback by it, and they weren't incredibly sure what to do. And as you saw, they slowly started to feed the members of Uwu, which I think would have played massively into their advantage. Unfortunately, though, as you saw, the Crab Tank does come out on top of the cage, and that is very hard to clear if you are the Rainmaker carrier in very open space like that.
It really is just the trade for trade. You could see how well Cheesecake Lovers adapted to Unlimited Woomy United's comp, right? It doesn't take a genius to look at that comp and be like, how do we win? We pick the arrow spray. It does not take it doesn't take FLC. Okay, to figure that out. It does not take the biggest and brightest minds in our scene, and so you can see how they just decided they were going to do it. And then they did it! And they're bringing out a 10?
That's... And a Nautilus, and a 96. What?
This is a choice that you can make for yourself, but honestly, I like it. We can see the Tent's going to probably be used for clearing ramp, the Storm is going to be able to use to shut down Plat, the Kraken's going to be used for Kraken Cheese, and the Zap's going to be used to paint. Every single weapon in that comp, while you look at it, when you think about how this map mode in particular is played, has a purpose.
It does, and I will agree with you to that point, but if you can't set up your tent or use the, the Brella shield to kind of like work around or push the rollers back out of position, you get something like this happening, where Uwu just kind of walks into your spawn and does what they want. Of course, the Kraken on defense will force the members of Uwu back a Splat looking for a pick. Oh, barely misses, unfortunately, as they jump out.
I died there.
You're staring at your soul there for a minute as you see the Kraken come around the corner.
Absolute hogwash with that jump out. And we can see Uwu using that Reef Slider, getting more paint down. They get the pick on the 96. Captain Happy with that tent pushing up, but there's no clams here to push with. So realistically, I'm gonna call that what that is. That's a feed.
It is a feed, but Captain Happy stayed alive for so long, as you saw, and as a jump came in, they unfortunately missed the throw. So Captain Happy, that shield, I don't know if you noticed, was at the top of the screen there, Scout, and actually allowed Captain Happy to get in almost uncontested. The rollers had to work around it, and they were just not able to, but ooh, yet again, off of that one misplay, are just able to push once again back onto the Plat. All of the Cheesecake lovers, and now a 3-down situation comes out, one left alive under the ramp, and they are just not caring who they get. They realize they're the last alive, and they have a massive lead.
And Axiom taking the time to gather some of these clams in mid. Most of the clams on this map mode do spawn there exactly where Axiom is, underneath that bridge. So taking the time to form that power clam to say that Uwu can push whenever they do want, whenever they see an opportunity, and they're not going to have to juggle objective to make it happen.
Yeah, you're right. And watch that. You're gonna want to watch. You're gonna want to watch Captain Happy, of course, with that tent umbrella there. As you saw, the tent actually made Woomy hesitate a little bit, not wanting to walk around the corner because the tent provides an absolute counter to a lot of the stuff the rollers can do. But if they cannot deal with Uwu, who just is walking around and somehow gets away with all of that, actually they didn't, as they finally get picked off from the fall-off damage, and now they spot out Woomy. But look at the shield. It's enough to stop the roller from going for that burst bomb cancel combo, and it works.
It does, and for the first time this game, we can start to see Cheesecake lovers starting to look for a push, especially if the Zuka finds value. We see a Woozy on that top right side. They do manage to live. Quanio does swim up and get the pick, though, so John now has an opportunity to do something with this clan, as we do see Unlimited Woomy United coming out of spawn with 2 members down.
Yes, and the tent is gonna, of course, be destroyed by the Resliders. Multiple jumps are coming in for the side of Cheesecake lovers there, and they are able to get a decent value. That's 3 power clams in off of that scap. So not a push to be downplayed at all. While they will have a 30 penalty for that, and you are allowing the members of Uwu to essentially rush to your spawn as fast as possible, that's a very respectable push and puts you back in this game.
Right, exactly. It is giving that push. You look at that and you're just like, oh, it's just a triple power clam dunk. Like, Uwu is still in the lead, but now with that, Cheesecake lovers has put themselves in a situation where if they get one more good push, they can pull a lead. So that was an absolutely marvelous play from them to get those jumps in, even if they died for it.
Yes, and we do see the Kraken at the ready here on the side of Cheesecake lovers, so you're gonna look like you're gonna want to watch the top of the screen here, because it's gonna come down to who can build their specials faster. And right now, Captain Happy looking to pop that Zuka, needs to find a pick or two, not able to find anything as Woomy comes up on the ledge and manages to sneak out the Kraken. So that's gonna be a Kraken not down thanks to the tactic cooler, but at least a bit of a disadvantage as Uwu comes up that box on the left side, which is one of the harder pushes to make, and somehow still they managed to break basket.
Yeah, and they managed to extend their lead here. Axiom is set up halfway to that Booyah. The Kraken is out from Splat, but Uwu only needs one more clam to dunk it. Is a Woozy gonna go for this? Nah, surely not.
Way too far back, I think, but this puts This puts Cheesecake Lovers on such a bad back foot here, and you do see that tent. So watch this tent umbrella here, because that tent is going to allow the members of this crew to push up, provided the tent does not get picked. Unfortunately, though, no one is watching that pit on the side of Cheesecake Lovers, but a 3-down situation might actually reverse this game here.
No.
Now the ball is running up. They're not able to get it up. They don't have a lot of time left on overtime, as Uwoozy just single-handedly is saying, "You shall not pass!" and holds the defense for Uwu, and they win game number 3.
Absolutely incredible defense, as you mentioned there, from that Flingza roller. In order to do, honestly, once I saw those 2 power clams, once I saw that 10th Bazooka, I was like, uh-oh, are we looking at an overtime push here? What's going on? What are they cooking? It smells good. In order for to shut that down there, phenomenal play coming out. I believe that was from Woomy in order to close that out. And now we're looking at 2-1 in favor of Unlimited Woomy United. Reminder: they earned their wild card spot due to drops, and here they are looking at possibly a chance at winners finals.
And once again, they are, of course, battling the team that took the tournament in the formerly known as Captain Happy Crew, but changed literally as of like 10 minutes ago to the Cheesecake Lovers for this. So again, these teams know each other well, Skep, and that is something that always makes for some of the most fun and engaging matches of Splatoon as we move into Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime, one of my personal favorite Splat Zones maps in the game now.
In the commentator survey, what did Unlimited Woomy United say was their least favorite thing to play? Splat Zones.
Yeah.
So if they don't keep it together on this map, we could be looking at a game 5.
We could be looking at a game 5, but do remember that the Splat Zone on Barnacle and Dime, it's not as big as people think it is, but it still is large, and obviously the reason Uwu probably hates playing this map as much as they do, Skep, they don't have a lot of paint. They really don't. They don't have a lot of paint. Their paint is the Aerospray.
Yeah, that it's just nothing on that Aerospray. Their paint is nothing. Both in namesake and in terms of comp, right? My greater concern is re-entry here on this map. It is a map mode that, like, if your opponent has your snipe, realistically, or your plat, or whatever you and your lovely brethren like to call it, if they have that position, clearing them out, particularly in a low paint environment, can just be such a slog. So, if they manage to get control of the zone, I hope they don't lose it.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because that is definitely going to be one of the hardest things for them to keep control of as we get into our next game here. This could be match point or set point for Uwu here, but obviously not if Cheesecake Lovers have something to say about that as we get into game number 4.
Here we go. That's what the... Cheesecake Lovers, are y'all okay?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same question. Gold Dynamo, regular Anarchy shot, and we also have the Squeezer.
Ooh, okay, so I see what they're going with for the Anarchy Nova. Given that you're extremely likely to find a roller sharking behind Snipe, right? That Nova is going to provide such valuable intel as Cheesecake Lovers does try to push up into Uwu's Snipe. The Dynamo Roller is going to provide extra paint, and the hitbox is going to cascade down that Snipe in order to clear behind it where those other rollers are likely to be. So I see what they're cooking. I like it. A match of questionable comp.
Yeah, indeed it is. As the missiles are coming out on Uwu, this will now force the members of Cheesecake Lovers to back up here as the Reach Ladder comes up onto the Snipe and finds one, but Captain Happy finds 2 with the Dynamo there at the top of the screen, and 3 members go down, and this should allow Cheesecake Lovers to just retake the zone confidently, and now they're going to be able to push up. Now, while the Anarchy Nova does not, have a lot of damage, again, it does very well at paint. You've got the whale as well and point sensor, so they're also, with that Scout, going to allow the rollers to not shark. The rollers are going to come to them, and I love the pick of the Squeezer here as well, because you massively outrange the members of Uwu.
I can't believe it. Unlimited Woomy United surviving their retake with all 4 members up, capping that zone and expeditiously taking Cheesecake Lover's snipe, clearing their penalty. Cheesecake Lovers has that crab, they have that whale to work with, but will their retake be as clean as Uwu? Nothing B comes out with that Reef Slider, stalls that zone. Unlimited Woomy United going 2 down and forced to back here on this retake.
Yeah, and the Super Chumps are going to make this very difficult for Uwu to retake. This is Acting using the Splash Wall to their finest advantage. That died to the Super Chump, though, thanks to that damage buff. And just like that, Cheesecake Lovers able to recap the zone and apply a 32-tick penalty to the members of Uwu. And still not the lead, but wow, that was disgusting fall-off.
Yeah, getting 2 picks on the members of Uwu as we see Cheesecake Lovers about to clear their penalty here. They're not a team that's going to have the paint to contest the zone without this arrow spray and without this Reef Slider, but nothing, he goes down to that freshly buffed killer whale. Uwu contesting the zone here as these missiles come flying, but we can see Cheesecake Lovers maintaining their cap, but they're without that dynamo. It's just John on that snipe. Unlimited Woomy United unbelievably capping that zone right out from Cheesecake Lovers' feet.
Yeah, and they're looking to maybe get a couple picks here as we do see one of the spell. We do see the whale get popped as well, as now Woomy going to be forced to move, and the tag as well, so now they know where this carbon is, and I would expect all the members to collapse onto them, and they do on the side of Cheesecake Lovers. So the number goes down, Splat fighting in mid, loses the fight to Uwuzi. Uwuzi, the last one alive. They go down, and once again, that is going to be the zone flipping back into the favor of the Cheesecake Lovers Skep.
And with 25 penalty points remaining, about a minute and a half left to go in this game, Cheesecake Lovers can start to feel a little bit more comfortable. But here comes that Reef Slider. It's not enough to neutralize. It was anticipated. It was painted over. Those chumps come out, and we saw the damage that those chumps were able to put on the ground during the last engagement. The Booyah Bomb doesn't have anyone left to follow up on it. It doesn't neutralize the zone. The missiles have no follow-up. We can see Cheesecake Lovers maintaining control, but not for long. Unbelievably, once again. Am I missing something here, Julian?
I don't exactly know. I think Uwu is making like every opportunity they can. They're realizing, I think, that when the members of Cheesecake Lovers are feeling pressured, they're all backing up at once, and that's actually allowing the rollers to move up and play a little bit more aggressive and allowing them to get the zone here. As 2 of them get tight, you're going to see the Reef Slider come down and finds nobody, surprisingly off of that, and unfortunately they do die in the trade, but all the while, Uwu has been ticking down the zone. That's they might actually be able to take lead here. No, I said that way too soon, as Uwuzi is not going to be able to handle all 4 and Super Chumps. The zone will flip back into Cheesecake Lovers' favor.
Yeah, but they have missiles, they have Booyah Bomb, and even though it looked visibly like there wasn't follow-up between those 2 specials on the last engagement, there clearly was, because they were able to cap. We can see the members of Uwu are able to drop all 4 members of Cheesecake Lovers in zone. That Reef Slider comes out, but doesn't get any picks, and Nothing He knows that they need to live. They managed to cap 2 members down on the side of Cheesecake Lovers. Can Uwu hold this as we start to get in the bare moments of the winnowing moments of this game at match point for Uwu?
Yes, it is, and with 20 picks left, there's some critical picks are going to have to happen, and Woomy moves up just a second too soon and falls to the dynamo. That's really dangerous, but yet again, the members of Uwu are able to hold on to this dome, but it's going to be flipped back in favor of Cheesecake Lovers with those Super Chumps, and they didn't even need it because the time ran out, the zone wasn't capped, and Skep, once again, we are going to a Game 5.
Unbelievable. I think... hey, listen, guys, I know there are, like, the thoughts circulating within the comp community about how we have no meta. I don't think this was the intention between those statements, but I'm here for it. What the heck am I watching, J-Man?
These comps have been... Well, what amazes me about these comps, right? What amazes me about these comps is that this is not the run-of-the-mill. This is not what we define or what high level normally defines as the meta, you know?
Right.
This is something so different, and it's so exciting to watch because of it. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
It's such a mental exercise as a commentator that makes these kind of matches so exciting. In terms of, as a commentator, you understand strategy, right? You understand what a good push looks like from an overhead perspective. You've seen via experience, especially you, J-Man, you're a very experienced commentator, what works and what doesn't. So when you're thrown into a match like this, as a commentator, it makes it very fun to anticipate what these teams are going to try and do and what they're going to bring to the table, and maybe I should stop trying.
Yeah,
and just enjoy it.
The rule book out the window. Throw it out your window immediately because we do not need it for this match here. As we get settled in for Game 5, a good old classic on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. And while that's getting settled, Scap, couple little bracket updates as I've been looking. The Final Reckoning has taken a 3-1 over Velocity.
What?
So the Final Reckoning is going to be moving into winners finals, but oddly enough, where Velocity is currently placed will play the winner between Half-Life and Persistence.
Okay, so interesting 3-1 over Velocity, given that is exactly what happened in Qualifier 1. That was the exact scoreline that the Final Reckoning took over Velocity in a startling and breathtaking upset caught on stream that frankly no one expected them to win. I was curious if the Final Reckoning had maintained their edge over Velocity over these past 3 months, and it would appear that they had. Interesting to note, in terms of who has been eliminated, Elongated, Birthday Brigade, Eggshells, Demolition, and Glyph. We have 5 teams out of the running, 7 remaining as we start to look towards the end of Season 8 of SAC.
Yeah, and this has been an incredible shakeup here. Just, I mean, some of these teams that we expected to win have been winning, but I look at some of these other matches like Uru's coming out of nowhere, and they are putting on just a show. They took a 3-2 over Elongated of all teams as they're here now. So the matches, and I think what everybody expected looking at this bracket, I don't think has fully come to fruition, with maybe the exception of the Final Reckoning and where Velocity currently is. Obviously, with them having to play Final Reckoning was a big thing as we get into Game 5 here, Scap, between Uru and Cheesecake Lovers.
Right, and keep in mind, Persistence is leading into their match against Half-Life, and if they win that, they're going up against Velocity again. A repeat of our Stream 1 match, so, man, without any further ado, though, Cheesecake Lovers versus Unlimited Woomy United, Game 5 of Winter Semis.
Game 5, and immediately we're seeing a little bit of a switch on the comp of Uru. We're actually seeing the 2 rollers in NZAP. We're going to Aerospray, and we have the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. It's a long weapon name.
Even less paint than they had before, but Unlimited Woomy United taking the initiative in this opening scrap, coming out on top, heading towards that first checkpoint, and I would bet to say that does fall here.
Yeah, and absolutely it will, Scap. And I have to mention, Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. Honestly, big brain pick if you are Uru, because you can challenge the range of the squeezer and not care. Also, what an incredible direct. Yes.
Oh my
Play that sound
goodness.
one more time, please. I love that sound.
Wait, hold the phone. That's not just a swap from the Aerospray to the NZAP. That is the Aerospray player playing Rapid Blaster Pro Deco.
Yup. And it's working too, because already Uwu is through the second checkpoint, and the blaster is holding their own, and it just seems like the members of Cheesecake Lovers are not able to push up, and it's got the angle shooter. The wall, unfortunately, will be a very solid defensive cab. Heavy looks in, define 2. This will force the members of Uwu to back up, and finally, maybe Cheesecake Lovers will be able to get some space, Scap.
And Woozy getting the pick on that splash. Those missiles coming out flying, going to force back the members of Cheesecake Factory, but Captain Happy coming in for a flank, getting punished for it. Once again, Unlimited Woomy United on that tower with the last member jumping back to spawn.
Yeah, and once again, it's Captain Happy jumping back to spawn. They do have this 52, but they do have the challenge of Woozy, and they're getting RNG'd so hard by their 52 gal right now. Finally, as the Woozy tries to jump out, they take advantage on it. Now they're going to be challenging nothing, and unfortunately, Captain Happy's the last one alive, and that's a wipeout if you're Uwu fans. That you should be jumping up and down in your seats right now as they approach the last possible checkpoint. It just seems like Skip the Cheesecake Lovers has not been able to make any ground this match.
And here we go. I was about to start counting down, but they got off the tower. 7, 5, 3, 1. KO for Unlimited Woomy United, taking Game 5 of Winners Semifinals, punching their ticket to Winners Finals to face the final reckoning.
Uwu literally just played whatever they wanted and said, deal with it. It works. And honestly, Rapid Blaster, huge brain to challenge the Squeezer there. And I honestly think that was the play. And the fact that nothing was willing to swap from their Aerospray to that, genius move. Because that probably would have been the last thing you would have expected if you were Cheesecake Lovers.
Right. No, I didn't expect it. Remember, we were just saying, like, maybe we shouldn't expect anything. Maybe we should stop anticipating. I think that's the call. Yeah. How's your mouth feeling?
Sore, a little sore, not gonna lie. We've been having one heck of a time here for our beginning tournament rounds here. So obviously that's gonna mean Uwu is gonna be going on to face the final reckoning, Scap. How are you holding up, though? That's the more important thing.
We're gonna take a quick break to get our tongues untied and clean our eyeballs, frankly, after that last set. But before we go, I do have a brief announcement, if that's possible here. Where Inky, our lovely streamer, is such a professional, so goated, the most clutch streamer of all time. A goat. I feel that, J-Man. Yeah,
need to take a deep breath after that set. Oh my lord.
Right, exactly. I can't believe it. Also, by the way, Persistence did win 2-0.
Yes.
So they are going on to face Velocity in a best of 3. Keep in mind, Persistence won Game 1 and 2. Also, Persistence coming in hot, having 2-1 Birthday Brigade and 2-0 Half-Life. Velocity coming in off a loss against Final Reckoning. You know what they say about coming in hot at this point in a bracket to an opponent that was just eliminated in the winner's bracket.
You're the most dangerous team in that bracket.
Right.
Absolutely, you
Persistence.
are.
Oh, Lord. Not something I would have seen coming.
Yeah, not something I would have seen coming either, as, again, look at Persistence. Again, they were one of our wild cards, our 12th seed, our final seed, Scap, for this. And they are making a run. They are making a run.
Not just making a run, but making a name. Like, honestly,
yeah. They've beat some incredible teams. They are a very strong team. I'm impressed.
Like, literally, I'm not joking. With the post-podcast discussion, who do we expect to go out 0-2 first thing? Persistence was the first thing to leave our mouths. And that's not disrespect, that's just... They weren't a team that we expected to come up big. And they're proving us wrong. And I love to see it, genuinely. Yeah. Without further ado, I do want to take away to a brief shout out to Sunset Surge, happening next week here in Surprise, Arizona, run by a good friend of mine named Pepe. If you are in Arizona, want to come out, watch some Splatoon, and frankly some excellent showmanship. All the information that you need is there. It is December 16th. That is next Saturday. You can find them on Twitter at sunset_surge, startgg/xsurge, and then join their Discord server where they always have lovely gamers going on from our lovely Arizonans. So I wanted to take the time to shout that out. support the local scene. Thank you, Inky, for getting that up on air for all our squids and octos in chat. And without further ado, J-Man and I will be taking a quick break to figure out what comes next for you.
Indeed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to SAC Season 8 Finals. Here in Winners Finals, we are looking at the final Reckoning versus Unlimited Woomy United. Seed 1 versus Seed 11 here in said Winners Finals. I'm ready, J-Man. How are you doing?
I'm great. After we all got rehydrated and ready to go, who would have expected seed number 1 and seed 11 in Winners Finals? I don't think anybody. And let's not forget, Uwu brought in off of drops.
Right. It's huge. That's just here in Winners Finals is incredible.
A team with some of the most unconventional comps we have ever seen versus the final Reckoning, our number 1 seed.
Right.
A team that, well, yeah.
The team that runs the meta of the meta, double shot, zap, whatever, into your face. This is a team, you know what they're gonna bring out. Like, you think meta, that's what they're bringing to the table right here, right now. And keep in mind, they having just won their set 3-1 over Velocity in a qualifier 1 run back. I'm ready. Splatzone's Mahi Resort starting off.
Yeah, Mahi is one of those maps where you want to get control early and you want to hold it as much as you can. Once the water level drops, then all heck is going to break loose. And here we go. Immediately, we're going to be seeing the pretty much paintless comp on the side of Uwu. Once again, coming out, bringing back that more traditional Aerospray, Gloogadooly, double roller. And on the side of the final Reckoning, we're seeing a not double shot, oddly enough, Skep. We're seeing that end zap, we're seeing the 96, and we're seeing that Splatoon wiper.
And this is the team at the start of our amazing Season 8 that everyone thought there was no way they walked out of Grands alive. And here they are, once again. I'm ready to watch this and really get a taste of what they've been cooking over the last 3 months. We do see a shift in their comp. They're no longer running double shot, J-Man.
Yeah, oddly enough, and I'm kind of surprised they're not running double shot here, but I like the pickup of the missiles here, especially on Mahi. Mahi has a lot of cover, so a lot of chip damage around with the missiles might be, honestly, not a bad option here. Because you have to remember, the members of Uwu, their only paint is the Reef Slider. And when that Reef Slider is gone or used, they have free reign over the members of Uwu, and you're seeing that very clearly right now as once again they go 3 down and Risu with the Kraken looking for blood, just not able to find that last pick.
Unlimited Woomy Uniting having one opportunity to get back into the zone here. Those missiles come out. They get the pick on the shot. Their Aerospray is down. Axiom in that zone does manage to trade out. Can Owuzi neutralize the zone? He gets picked and it's just Woomy left in. That is GG. The final Reckoning in a dominant, sweeping, glorious 100-0 fashion, taking game 1s, dropping the counter pick in Uwu's lap.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because you have to remember now that we're out of rounds, these are, we have a little bit of a different set of rules, Skep, so you are right. We are going to be seeing some counter picks, so it does come down to Uwu's selection, but if I'm the final Reckoning right now, I'm hot, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, you just shut down an Aerospray and 2 rollers for the final Reckoning. It doesn't feel that hard. And I got to give credit where credit is due. That new little, like, crouching emote where your Inkling or Octoling puts their hands out, oh my god, it's so disrespectful. I love it.
I love the one where you're blowing a kiss. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. We are going to be going on to Rainmaker Humpback. Given the slog that was Rainmaker Scorch Gorge in the last set, I'm surprised that Uwu is moving on to Rainmaker, but given that they are running a double roller, I'm not too surprised with Humpback. It's the mode that surprises me. We know they don't like zone. So we'll see what they're cooking out on Rainmaker. They are going to be subbing one out, which does interest me.
Yeah, who are they? Who is Uwu bringing in? I have to.
I don't know.
Look at their.
And they have Axiom, Nothing, Woomy, Owuzi, and Ferrari. Ferrari is the one who played Zap on TC Inkblot.
Yeah, Ferrari is... Oh, you're right. They did play. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So they're warm.
They are. I wonder why the sudden switch, though. If I'm Uwu here. I'm wondering, what is Ferrari bringing to the table that Final Reckoning might not be ready for?
Zap extra paint, because now we have Ferrari and nothing in the same match, right? Also, there's a certain Rapid Blaster Pro that does have ink back. If you recall, the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco did come out on TC Inkblot in a phenomenal game there from Uwu in order to win their set. So are we gonna see a different form of Rapid Blaster? It's unlimited Woomy United. There's no anticipating what they're going to be bringing out. Let's be real.
Yeah. Not at all. As we get set and ready to go, Final Reckoning deciding their comp here. And I'm honestly interested to see, because Final Reckoning is a very strong team. While they can play the meta of the meta, as you and I will agree with here, Scap, they are a team that they don't differ from the meta too much, but they all have some very comfortable weapons that makes a very solid comp. Obviously, you saw in that Mahi game with the Wiper and the Wiper, and I think they had the Gal as well. So that's something they can be a bit more comfortable with, and it still makes a very solid comp regardless. And with Axiom, of course, switching out on the side of Uwu, obviously you are going to be losing those glue guns, and that might play to their advantage. They do have a little more paint on the board. If you're Uwu.
Right. I'm so curious about what they're going to be bringing out. They are running into a very high meta, high independence, high stability comp. So perhaps that's why they're introducing Ferrari back into the roster. And yeah, it looks like that's exactly what it was for. More paint. With the Aerospray coming back out and Ferrari on that zap. Also, the Aerospray is running Object Shredder. I bet they're going for some Reef Slider cheese on Repop.
They might be, but something I want to point out is a member of Final Reckoning has brought out the Splatoon Stamper Deco, which means that's going to be Toxic Mist Control with a Crab Tank. A lot of people looking at that kit did not think it was going to be, a lot of people thought, they gave a Stamper Crab. They gave it, they're like, okay, Toxic Mist, not a great sub. Personally, I would have wanted
Baloney. There was not at least in my circle, there was not a single person who looked at that kit and thought that it was not busted, J-Man. I think you need more thinkers.
I'm personally not a big fan of Toxic Mist. Crab Tank, however, on a Stamper is disgusting because you have so much range control, Steph, and I will absolutely give you that one.
I mean, the Toxic Mist and choke into the crab. You hit somebody once with your horizontal slash, put down that Toxic Mist, then just up them with a crab. That thing's busted. And despite that, there's a lot of smoke in mid here. No fire. Neither team really grabbing control of the Rainmaker.
Yeah, but it looks like some sharking happening from the Final Reckoning right now as the members of Uwu looking to push up onto the elbow there. They are going to be able to get the lead here, but as you said, that Toxic Mist coming out, that's going to slow the members of Uwu down, but the Rainmaker finds a pick, might be able to find two as some chip damage is being thrown out. The Rainmaker taking a little bit of damage, manages to escape. This should be the checkpoint broken for Uwu, and they are going to be able to get it here, Skep. So now, with that checkpoint broken, they're going to be able to go up the elbow. They're going to be able to freely do what they want, but they don't really have a lot of specials at the ready as the fight for the Rainmaker and who can pop it seems to be happening right now, and it looks like it's, at least for the moment, goes in favor of Uwu, but a member goes down on both sides.
Right, and Uwu losing control of that elbow. The Crab Tank is coming out from Ange. The Rainmaker about to reset here. It does. Missiles flying. This is another game that I'm just like, wow, this is such a scrap. But you got to keep in mind the Final Reckoning 100-0 push game one. So the fact that it's Uwu that manages to break the first checkpoint first is a surprise to me.
Yeah, and this is a very patient and calculated push from the Final Reckoning, and despite Uwu breaking that, it's not going to last long enough as the Crab Tank going to be sitting on the volcano, but they're not able to break the checkpoint! Whoa, is that a bomb coming out of nowhere, or is there a shark? Might have been, but this is going to slow down Final Reckoning at least for a moment.
Right, exactly. It's slowing them down could be everything. This Reef Slider coming out, they don't manage to get the pick on Reef 2 in the corner, so that shot is just going to keep putting paint down. There's still a liver. Not anymore, though. I take that back. I'm sorry. Woomy now has that Zuka ready to go. The crab is popped in mid. That crab is donezo thanks to that Zuka.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Nothing looking for the pick, running up, trying to find one. Unfortunately, Arrow Spray, RNG just said, no, you're not going to be able to get that today. But Woomy now in the front line finds another. That's 3 down with the Rainmaker coming up. They should be able to take the lead here. If they don't hesitate, they're able to get the lead. Woomy in the bottom there, able to find the pick on the bazooka as the Unlimited Woomy United pushes it all the way to 24 Scout.
And they are still in control of that elbow. And guess who almost has that reach slider? We are at 98. And am I gonna... Yep, this is exactly what I was just about to say. That reach slider is coming out as soon as the Final Reckoning grabs that Rainmaker, but it doesn't get any picks. Final Reckoning rotating towards that right side, right in Woomy's clutches.
Yeah, indeed they were, and the other thing about that is I think the Final Reckoning knew that reach slider was coming as they, Uwu is going to go 3 down here, and the Crab Tank going to be popped into the spawn. Oh, that was absolutely nasty if you're Ants right there. They still have to get it to 16, though, so they do have a little ways to go. They're able to get the lead, and they do wipe out in the process. Unfortunately, Uwu not able to hang on as the Final Reckoning dunks the Rainmaker on Uwu's counter pick. And now, if you're Unlimited Woomy United, you're in a bit of trouble.
You are. You've lost on your counter pick, your go-to, right? This is the first time that either team has had to counter pick in a tournament, right? Or in this tournament today, right? But you know your team. You know what you're bringing to the table, especially when you're a team that's been together as long as Unlimited Woomy United, has obviously had to deal with counter picks before and run such an unorthodox comp. You know where your strengths are. So the fact that they lost on their go-to, I think I need a little bit of my emotional support cappuccino.
You might. I'm going to be taking a sip of my water as well as we head it and figure out what Uwu is going to counterpick for their next game. But a quick update in that we have gotten from Toma behind the scenes. Persistence and Velocity in losers bracket are 1-1 right now.
Unbelievable.
So it comes down to the last game. Will Persistence get the run back on Velocity, or will Velocity be sending Persistence home today? Only one more game will decide that, and I am excited to see the result of that.
Honestly, me too. That's going to be one heck of a game going on down there. A rematch of our round 1, as I said earlier on stream. Persistence? Hello? What did you drink this morning? This just in! Velocity taking the set 2-1. Moving on to losers finals. Way to go, Velocity. We'll be seeing you again real soon.
We will, but I have to give credit. We have to give credit where credit is due, Scap.
Right! Persistence!
Wow! I mean, they put on a show. They absolutely put on a show today. My Persistence, I am incredibly happy with the performance. You took Velocity to game 5. You took Velocity again to a game 3. You beat Birthday Brigade. You beat Half-Life. I mean, these are good teams. And you came out on top.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing out from Toma, who was tuned into Persistence stream, is that their comms sounded panicked. So likely it was just the stress, right? They're against an opponent that they had lost to previously in round 1. They're so close to taking it. Just at some point, your nerves are gonna get to you, right? That's gotta be what happened, at least in my opinion. Obviously I wasn't there, but Unlimited Woomy United has got to be feeling some of the same kind of pressure here.
Yeah, they do. They are the underdogs in this scenario, and it might be that we see the Final Reckoning versus Velocity. Actually, no, it wouldn't be, because they have one more game on Losers Finals. Velocity waiting on the winner of Cheesecake Lovers and La La La. But if Unlimited Woomy United, obviously here, Scap, they need to pull out a reverse sweep, and to do that, they have decided to play on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. And I think, knowing what we saw in the last match, we are going to be seeing something very similar. We are going to be seeing that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco come out again. But they've left Ferrari in, oddly enough, so I do think we are going to be seeing that matchup still.
No, this is what they ran last time, right? Ferrari was on the 85 and nothing was on the Rapid Blaster. So this is what they ran into in order to take the previous set over Cheesecake Lovers. So I think we're knowing what the Unlimited Woomy United are bringing out here, but do we know what the Final Reckoning is bringing? I don't.
I don't. I don't. I wouldn't be surprised if we still see the 52 gal come out on Final Reckoning, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see that Stamper or Wiper come back out. Those weapons are just super consistent on tower control. Obviously, the Crab Tank can shut down a lot of space, slows, pushes, can stall, can sit on tower if you're running the Stamper. But if you're running the Wiper, obviously those missiles go a long way.
All right. The year is 20 MG. Everyone plays Aerospray at task levels of perfection. Because of this, the winner of a match depends sorely on port priority. The rock, paper, scissors metagame has evolved to such ridiculous levels to it being the only remaining factor to decide matches. Humanity has reached its pinnacle. The low-tier peasants are living in poverty. It seems nothing can stop the great leader of 20XX, Unlimited Woomy United, and their army. Let's go!
Aerospray monks who live in big poverty. Here we go. The match begins and immediately already kind of in a little bit of a troubling scenario, and I want to tell immediately that on the Final Reckoning they have brought out that squashing machine Neo, so that is going to be something very dangerous that you are going to be want to watch out for, as there is some skirmishes happening in mid right now. It seems like Nothing and Ferrari at least trying to fight together as much as they can as the whale comes out, and that should be going at least onto the flat. That's good targeting the lead to there, at least at the moment, as another member of the Final Reckoning goes down. 3 members go down, and a direct is going to allow Uwu here to actually make that first push here, Skep.
What a beautiful sound coming out from Nothing with that Rapid Blaster Direct. However, we can see the Final Reckoning is back out of spawn in time to be able to maintain control of their bats. This second checkpoint is going to be very hard for Uwu. I take it back. It is just Cod left standing up on that bats. They're cooled. They have that Zuka, but can they 1v4? We'll find out.
It's going to be interesting as the missiles also came out there on the top of the screen. 2 members go down as God able to find 1, and they are going to be able to slowly reset this tower back into mid, but Uwu still very present on their plat here. They don't want to give up this push yet as Ferrari and Woomy looking to at least pick off the Wiper here, but some pressure coming from the other side of the plat is going to force the members of Uwu to back up here. Oh, beautiful shot there to find 1, but not able to find the second, as Anch will be slowly trying to stall this push from Uwu as much as they can, but now they're in some trouble too.
You gotta keep in mind, this is match point, this is set point for the Final Reckoning in order to seal their ticket to Grand Finals. So the fact that they are down 2 checkpoints so quickly into this game against Unlimited Woomy United is crazy. They have a lot of time to make this up. Like I said, nearly 3 minutes, but still, they've gotta be a little nervous here.
I honestly, if I'm Unlimited Woomy United, I'm keeping a pretty level head here, because it seems like, at least at the moment, you're winning the fights that you need to win going into this. Obviously, you do have to worry about Anch, who is constantly on your flank here, and has been very present the entire time, as Ferrari jumps in actually more toward, I believe that's the flat of Final Reckoning. I could be wrong there, as the tower now finally going to be able to reset here, Skep, but it just seems like Unlimited Woomy United not really fazed by the comp they're going against. I feel like they've seen this before.
Yeah, you're right. It's the typical off-meta versus meta matchup where off-meta, they have faced teams like the Final Reckoning 1,000 times before, but despite that, they are 2 games down, right? Best of 5. I genuinely think it's the confidence of having just won this map mode previously with the comp that they are bringing to the table right now.
On a great direct from Nothing there, able to find some damage and gets the assist. It's another 3 down actually on the side of the Final Reckoning, and now Uwu looking to push this tower yet again. Tactical are not quite ready yet, still has about halfway to go on that, and Proto's going to be the one to at least stall this tower, but Proto caught out of position, maybe not able to be picked off by the members of Uwu, though, as Ansh comes in for backup. They're taking some damage. They managed to find a pick onto the ends up there, and with the hammer at the ready, this should slow down the push of Uwu, especially with that cooler coming out from the Final Reckoning.
And here we go, Risu up on this left stack. This is exactly where they need to be in order to be situating a push. They are 2 frames away from having that Zuka. If they manage to pick Ferrari here without losing this machine, we might be able to see the final reckoning clearing this first checkpoint, especially with that Zuka online. 2 members down on the side of Uwu, and they are not in a position to defend this first checkpoint unless they get the pick with the Zuka or these missiles. First checkpoint has fallen in favor of the final reckoning. J-Man, the tides may be turning.
They might be, but still, the final reckoning has to get through that second checkpoint as Uwu is able to break 2 of them on their initial push here. But with Azuka coming out, that's going to make it tough. Oh, and that's really unfortunate if you're Uwu because that's 2 members falling down to the Azuka as the tower is going to continue to push. And now you gave the final reckoning a lot of space to push up here as Ash going to try and move up. Gets picked by 3 instantly. The Azuka's coming out. The second checkpoint looks like it's about to fall as they know that someone's sitting on that ramp. The lead might be lost here. Woomy gets up on the tower, trying to defend it as much as they can, yet still somehow is on the tower. Roller supremacy on the tower. You are not just going to get up here. Oh my goodness, Woomy single-handedly might have just saved that game, Steph.
What? Boy, we can see Proto trying to run their way toward the tower. There's still Risu up on that stack, but that is it. That is GG. Unlimited Woomy hanging on by the thread of a spider. All hope is not lost, J-Man.
Carbon roller on tower. Very tough to deal with. If you're the final reckoning, you had your opportunity and the carbon roller just ruined it for you. But wow, that's a way to hold on. Unlimited Woomy United still in this tournament here. But now I still think even despite that win set, they're still at a disadvantage because now the final reckoning gets to decide a map.
Right.
They want to go on.
Exactly, I was just about to bring that up. Both of these games so far have been on Uwu's counter pick. This is the first time that it won't be, right? So really, if the final reckoning is smart and really thinks out this double roller comp, looks at the map pool and decides where is this not going to be good, where can we just stuff it, frankly, they could easily take this. Keep in mind, we know Uwu doesn't like zones, but the final reckoning cannot pick zones. Because of the fact that they won on it.
Yeah, that is correct. If you cannot play a mode you want a counterpick on, however, the map is up to your choice through the map list as well with that, obviously with our selected map list in terms of deciding factors. So I'm interested to see where Final Reckoning goes back to. They're trying to play splat zones, but they can't, it seems like.
Did they lock in zones?
Yes.
Yo, listen.
Listen.
I'm in Battlefy chat.
Yep, I would be there immediately. You cannot just. Yeah. You have to play a mode you haven't won on.
Yeah. I understand where they're coming from.
I do as well. I do as well, but unfortunately they have to play a mode they haven't won on because that is specifically in the rules.
It's alright. They're fixing it. They got this. Beautiful. They're wonderful, wonderfully spirited competitors.
Beautiful.
Everyone has good heads on their shoulders. Nobody's gonna be salty about it. We J chillin'. They're gonna cancel.
They're gonna cancel as soon as this match starts. It's gonna say end of the battle on the screen, and we're all going to breathe a sigh of relief. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait for it.
There it is.
I was hoping to see a squid bag on stream. By the way, losers finals, Velocity versus Cheesecake Lovers.
Yup.
Yes, so we're all on board.
Yeah, and that match will be brought to you next by our next pair of commentators after we finish off our winners finals here. Losers finals into grands, which potentially could go to a reset, but honestly, anything's possible with what we've seen today, so.
Honestly, let's be real, dog. That's losers semis, not losers finals, my bad.
It's a fun tournament. Like, genuinely. I love SAC finals because there's always so much excitement in the air.
Clem puts crab leg.
That's such an I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did Final Reckoning just play into one of Uwu's cards?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, did you not see the last match? Unlimited Woomy United owns this map mode.
Yeah. It's gonna be really interesting. I'm excited because I honestly think Uwu has a bigger advantage on this map just because of the two rollers and the way they play it. This map, it's a great design map. Fantastic map. One of the best maps we have in Splatoon 3, by far. But the space is relatively limited, which means rollers thrive. There's some ledges that the rollers can camp you from. There's those blocks. There's a lot of like hidden compartments around. Rollers have a heyday on this map, and they can always be a problem. Brushes can be a problem on this map as well. So I'm interested to see how the Final Reckoning goes to counter this step.
Yeah, they unfortunately they are going to have to cancel this match as well because Unlimited Woomy United needs time to make roster decisions. Just a little bit seems we're a little bit out of sorts in terms of remembering counter pick etiquette. But we'll be right back at it. But everybody's chill. Can I say that again? Like once again, all of our competitors today are very chill. So, just taking it one step at a time. They really, really, really want to, drive us crazy here.
Yeah, so if this map stays,
it will be. It's just
it will.
Yeah.
Who's gonna have this is interesting because they have the fact that they need to make a roster decision here on who they want to bring in for this game is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they brought in a sub the first time they played Clam Crab.
This just in, Woozy says subbing Axiom for car guy IDK how to spell it. I think you're talking about Ferrari.
Ferrari. I'm pretty sure is how you actually
glad
spell Ferrari.
You know your vehicles.
I'm not a car person. I just think they're cool.
Gamer
Lamborghini. Yeah, we'll sub them in for a person named Lamborghini. Does that fit?
Gamer, you play Splatoon. I very strongly doubt you're a car person. I don't think those genres overlap very much. But we're finally about to get into Game 4. The Final Reckoning's counter pick here. In Winners Finals on Klimblitz Crab Leg Capital. Match point in favor of the Final Reckoning.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting... I mean, obviously, double roller. They're here. Actually, it looked like... Oh, this is... Okay, interesting. I don't want to say anything on that. Seems like there might have been a sub out, but there's not a sub out.
There was. They swapped out Ferrari for Axiom.
Oh, Axiom came in. Okay, yeah.
Yep, the Gluca player.
I totally misread things. Well, you know us Splatoon players, sometimes we can't read either.
So true. Read? What's that?
All right, and we are going to be seeing that
audio.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the Stamper come back out for the Final Reckoning here. So obviously, a little bit of control. That Stamper is going to want to try and position themselves up on that hexagonal platform. Octagonal platform up on mid there to really provide pressure with that crab tank. But that toxic mist is also going to be being pushed onto the ramp. So it is going to make the push of Uwu a little bit harder to do as effectively as they might be able to here, Steph.
Right, and they're down a little bit of a little bit less paint compared to that Rainmaker Humpback game where they were bringing out the Zap and the Arrow Spray. So nothing be back on their paint mission, right? Just to get enough paint down for the rest of the team to function. The Final Reckoning coming out on top though here in our opening scrap. I take it back. It's Uwu. You really never know who's won a scrap.
It's neutral, but 3 members of the Final Reckoning go down, and Woomy looking for the final one finds the 4th. And now here comes the push from Uwu as Uwuzi trying to work their way through the Toxic Mist that was going to be on that ramp as I called there, of course, that, but the members of Woo 3 targets on missiles coming out. Still plenty of clams as 2 members go down, but no missiles find their targets. So this is probably going to be the end of the push for Uwu. An opening push to 71. Probably not as strong as they wanted as Axiom jumps back.
But remember how in the last set, Unlimited Woomy United was able to really, really bleed out their clan pushes here. Just push after push after push. Honestly, the fact that we only got the 71 remaining is not something to, like, I'm not worried about Uwu here in this game quite just yet. They have that reslider to work with. Fizzies are so gosh darn annoying on this map. We know how dominant they could be here. I really want to see what the Final Reckoning is doing with that Stamper, though.
I do as well. I mean, right now we've seen the Toxic Mist, but we've seen them slow down as Axiom throws away the power clam, and Risu just says, no, you do not get to get away like that. I know exactly where you are, and now Uwu kind of being pushed onto the back foot a little bit here, Steph. They're going to have to reset a fight in the mid. But as we've seen, Uwu is very scrappy when it comes to making these mid fights, and they're able to find one pick to starve them off again.
Precisely. And we can see the Final Reckoning burning Nezuka trying to stabilize control of mid. They have a decent amount of paint down for now before nothing gets control in mid, right? Oh, wait, look at this! All of the members of the Final Reckoning are backed up on their plat! If these missiles come out here, they do! This is just gonna be just such a chip cluster over here!
That's an Axiom with the glue, because obviously that roll stance, not only does it have more range, but you have more killing power. It becomes a 2-shot in the roll stance as a Woozy fighting the Stamper, but the Kraken on defense doing everything it can to stay alive. Oh no! A Woozy goes down, and that's unfortunately the only person you really did not want going down in that engagement, and Risu just had enough Kraken to do it.
It's been about 2 minutes since we saw our last push for either team. That got Uwu their very, very marginal lead here. And finally, we can see the Final Reckoning having a decent amount of paint here in mid to possibly start looking at something. The 96 is about to have Kraken. They managed to form a ball. The missiles come out. And this is the story of what Unlimited Woomy has been doing, right? Every single time it looks like the opponent's about to get any sort of momentum, Woozy ends up popping those missiles. Just such a pain.
We say that though, but the jumps actually went back to spawn, and the Kraken went in, making it 3 jumps for the members of the Final Reckoning, and they were able to score 3 power clams off that, so obviously that will give Final Reckoning a massive lead here. So now Uwu on the back foot, match point for them. This could send them into Grand, but they do need to win this set here.
Oh man, this is giving me deja vu, isn't it? With the jump in to get to 40 remaining, Unlimited Woomy United bringing out this Reef Slider. Axiom trying to work their way in, does manage to get picked by that crab. Look at all this chip on plat. How are the members of Final Reckoning alive? This is genuinely a shock to me. Nothing, the only one left, forced to have to back. They're gonna need another power climb. I very strongly doubt Unlimited Woomy United is going to get any more points on the board here, but their necks are on the chopping block.
They are, but Axiom's got to be careful. You don't want to turn your back to the opponent too long, but they do have a ball, at least at the moment, so this means this game is not going to be over with that ball being scored, and I think they might still have one under basket. I could be wrong unless they use that one already as the Kraken comes out, and now you're going to see the jump come in. Yeah, you're going to see the jump come in as the Kraken's going to sit under the basket. That should be at least 1 or 2 power clams scored. Proto goes down, the power clam comes in, they get their score, dropping score down to 30. That's going to be a bit more of a lead for the Final Reckoning, but it's not over yet, as not only does Uwu have 1 ball scout, but they're going to get a second one here.
Yeah, because of that push, now they have 24 seconds in order to be able to dunk these 2 power clams. They have 2 to work with. They have this reef slider. Reef sliding underneath that plat. Look, they're doing the same thing! This is the ratio! They get the bullets in! And they take... United still in Game 5 of Winners Finals! The Final Reckoning, their work is not done yet!
I literally jumped out of my chair because I did not realize at first that was going to be lead, and then I looked up at the score and I'm like, oh my god, that penalty is too low. They're going to be able to retake lead. Oh my goodness. Ooh, hanging on the Final Reckoning's counter pick now. Wow, Skep. We have a Game 5 Winners Finals.
Chat is going crazy over that last push for Unlimited Woomy United in order to tie things up, and a Woozy throwing shade in Battle Fight, chat. Our cheese is better than your cheese, LMAO.
Calling out the immediate Kraken on Risu, I see.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Imagine losing to Re-Slider Cheese is exactly what Uzi just said.
The shade! The shade!
Wow. I cannot believe this as we have the counter pick in from the final reckoning, and it looks like we're going to be going to another Clamblitz game. Scap. We are going to be going to Clamblitz on Museum.
Oh no. Do you know what? Oh no. Unlimited Woomy, do you know what they wrote in their commentator doc? We hate Museum.
They hate Museum.
They hate Museum. Wait, this just in. Unlimited Woomy United turning in their graves.
Oh no.
And we're waiting to see if Unlimited Woomy United is making any roster changes. Wait, hold on. Let me... 1 second.
No sub.
No sub.
They said it in their chat. Yeah. Oh, they are ready. Unlimited Woomy United is not subbing in for this game, so we will not be seeing another player come in for Uwu. And we have the winner of this is going to be our the first team to qualify for the S8C Season 8 Grand Finals. And obviously, next we are going to be bringing you the Losers Finals game, which have been eagerly, I'm sure, watching this game to see who they might be playing in Losers Finals. And just to give you an update on that game on the other side of the bracket right now, that game will be Velocity versus Cheesecake Lovers, and the winner of that will then be moving, of course, over into Grands.
You bring up a great point. This is a double elimination tournament. Whoever loses here in Winners Finals is not out for the count. They have a losers bracket run in order to be taken a look at. So, the show is on the road. They're in Winners Finals, but if they're sitting here, they have time to relax, to breathe, to work, to get their tongues untied. Sound familiar, J-Man? Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. And obviously running the same comp on the side of Unlimited Woomy United, but going back to the comp that we saw in the very first game here with the Final Reckoning, bringing back that 96 yet again. And the 96 over, I think they had the Noah 96 in the first game.
Our cheese is better than your cheese. Nothing V on that right side, getting a Reef Slider pick on Ansha. Definitely, look, you can see where...
Oh my god!
Aerospray? Shot RNG? Don't know her.
Absolutely disgusting, the arrows. Nothing V just said, oh, you want to rush an Aerospray? Okay, you get to die in 2 seconds. That's great, but unfortunately, it looks like at the moment, the flank coming out, and no one was aware of it, but they spotted out. The dangerous part here, if you are Uwu, is you don't have, there's so much space on Museum, right, Clams, and you have Final Reckoning, who is running more of a standard shooter comp, which means they're going to be able to take a lot more movement space than you can gain fast enough. And with the addition of the splash wall here, it's going to make it very tough for the members of Uwu to essentially kind of push back in the mid, as you're seeing here, as nothing kind of gets pincered between 3 players.
In the Final Reckoning, the team that manages to get the first points on the board. And look at this excellent paint control that they do have in mid, and they're about to have this cooler to show for it too. Missiles coming out, but the missiles don't get any picks. Oh, wait, okay, 3v2 in favor, 3v1 in favor of the Final Reckoning. Proto going to be able to start working their way up onto the plat, juggling these clams here. I want to see some motion, Squids and Octos. Where are we going?
Yeah, and here comes the Kraken coming up to basket again. Yeah, I mean, the jump is going to follow the Kraken. We know that. We're coming right off the bat, and COD opting to immediately jump out back to spawn, and that should actually, I think, be the push for Final Reckoning, just getting that one power climb in and dipping. But obviously now Uwu has a little bit more map control, as you can see, but the paint on the side of the Final Reckoning is going to make this very difficult. They need to try and deal with this hammer in the back corner, and they do. The missiles are targeting the last, I believe, two of the 3 players there. As now Woomy with the Zuka at the ready. Gonna need to find a great opportunity to use this. Finds one, gonna have to find one on the flat. Unfortunately, doesn't find another as they get picked from behind, Seth.
Yeah, the wiper coming in from that bottom right side in order to be able to sell with the members of Unlimited Woomy United. They did know exactly where all of those members were because they were holding power clamps, and now the Final Reckoning might have legitimate control of it. I take it back. They were! Woomy coming in and saving the day. 2 members of the Final Reckoning down as Uwu does struggle to maintain control of their own plat here, and look at this ratty behavior. Look at it go. I can't believe it, J-Man.
Yeah, unfortunately, the power clam, the torpedo, obviously spotting out that member of Uwu there, and Uwu just seems like they're in such a... They're kind of in a little bit of a bind here, because no matter how much paint they retake, the paint is just being taken faster by the Final Reckoning, and then you have to add the Kraken on top of that as Proto just gets absolutely destroyed by a single race slider. But now with the 3-down situation, the Final Reckoning is on the back foot. That's actually a delayed wipe as only the end tap comes off the spawn first, and now with the bombs and the potential of a power clam coming in, you're going to see that Booyah Bomb, and finally, going to be getting on the board here.
But can they sustain it? They managed to get the 74 remaining, and they have enough clams to pull lead here. If they don't go down, nothing been going in with that reslider doesn't get any picks. It is just Axiom left on that Google Doolies, and that is a wipeout for the Final Reckoning in the final minute of this game. Now having a lot of clams to show for it. And they have that Zuka, they have that hammer, they have 3 power clams. This is giving me deja vu. Here comes Risu. The members of the Final Reckoning are back into this corner. Woomy's already on them!
The jump-ins are coming. Only 1 clam remains, and they will get it there, Skep, and just like that, Crack and Cheese wins the Clam Blitz game. Uwu trying to talk smack, but unfortunately falls short in this game, and the Final Reckoning will be your first team qualifying for the Grand Finals.
The ratio! Oh my gosh! Our cheese is better than your cheese? The Final Reckoning coming in and saying psych! Taking that 2 KO thanks to that Crack and Cheese. What a phenomenal set, J-Man.
It was indeed, and the Uwu put up such a great showing in that. Obviously, the biggest weakness of their comp is the space that they just can't get enough control of fast enough. And if you can shut down the space that Uwu controls, you will win the game. They do not have enough paint to sustain consistent pushes like that, and they do not have enough. They don't have enough paint to consistently deal with the Kraken that could just run in. Yes, you have 2 rollers, but you have nothing to like push the Kraken back in any regard.
Right, and just there were moments, especially after that game 4, where I thought Unlimited Woomy United was going to take it. They lose 2 games, they take 2 games, and we go to a game 5. I don't think I can speak any more today, J-Man. I think that's it for me. I've said everything that can possibly be said about that set. Just what a beautiful game as we move on towards losers semifinals. Wait, why does it say Cheesecake Lovers has... Ugh. Were they playing?
They start?
Wait. Okay, I guess they started. All right, J-Man, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, we gotta jump. We gotta get Toma and Saf in here immediately.
All right, without further ado, where can the good people find you?
They can find me on any social media platform at CAJman777. That's Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, or X, whatever we're calling it now. I don't know. But you can find me everywhere. I'm usually hanging around here in the IPL server as well. So if you see me, say hi. Always appreciate it. And the same goes for you, Skep. Where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, and Blue Sky at Skepadalians. You know where I'm at. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Stay fresh. Don't go anywhere. We're flying into this next set.
Yep.
Shall Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SAC. We're getting ready to go into losers finals, and oh my gosh, what a day it has been. We've got Unlimited Woomy United versus Cheesecake Lovers. Everybody, my name is Toma. I'm going to be your commentator here for the end of SAC and one of your head TOs, joined by my greatest, most wonderful friend, Saf. How are you doing today?
Okay, Toma, one word to describe today, upset. Upsets. Yeah. Upsets left and right, because, I mean, who would have thought? So, I was expecting Velocity to be coming back to the main stage here after their last match, but it's actually Cheesecake Lovers that are going to be coming back and hanging out with us here in Losers Finals against Unlimited Woomy United. I mean, both teams, though, to their own merit, have been having a wonderful season thus far, and a wonderful day at that, with the amount of time and energy that's been going into each of these matches here. But wowie zowie, I mean, Losers Finals finally going on, because, I mean, Toma, Game 5 after Game 5, which is such a wild thing to see consistently occur across a tournament on the finals day. I mean, it's going long. I mean, we're in hour 3 of this tournament, and we still have so much work left to do, as the final reckoning is our pals sitting in the grand finals arena waiting for the last group of this set, the determiner of this set, to face them going forward. But you know what? Here we go. Losers finals starting up. You have Cheesecake versus Unlimited Woomy United. Let's get it started. Let's get it poppin'. What are we looking at? Toma, I'm seeing Glugas.
Yeah, you've seen Glugas from Axiom all day today here on the side of Unlimited Woomy United. And, you know, the same with that Carbon Roller. We've seen them just pull out these really fun and different comps that you may not really expect to be happening out of, you know, normal teams. On the side of Cheesecake Lovers, though, they're just struggling to find their way into the zone, as Captain Happy going to be popping this Kraken here, trying to go and find a few picks. They are able to get 3 down, and just that last person left on the side of Uwu means that we're going to see that zone flip for Cheesecake Lovers, and they're going to start trying to get that Mako Mart lockout going.
Yeah, Cheesecake's doing a great job so far. Another 2 down on the side of Uwu. One thing to note here, folks, in Splat Zones, especially with Captain Happy using that Kraken, they're using it to their advantage. They were able to get a couple key picks, but the Kraken is not a painting special, y'all. So, I mean, Cheesecake has to be careful with where they want to try to launch that Kraken. So far, things are working out pretty well, but as I say that, you can see now Uwu is making their way to the forefront of the zone here. They're just trying to keep it back into their control, but with the trade going down, Cheesecake Lovers is going to be triumphant in maintaining the zone in their favor.
Yeah, just as we say that, though, you know, here comes Uwu, hot and ready to go, taking back, looks like almost control of this zone, but just as I say that, Captain Happy's gonna get a double there with the Kraken. We've seen crazy Kraken plays here today, Saf, and just another excellent one there to secure that zone for Cheesecake Lovers, and they're through their penalty. They're counting down. There's about 10 techs left on this, and it's up now to Uwu to make this final push back into the zone, but there isn't going to be enough time. Cheesecake Lovers taking that game, and got Saf. Just what were those? Kraken is not a special you expect to see.
No, it certainly isn't, but it's one of those things, if you use it properly and you pop it at the time where you're going in for the splats, because that is what Kraken is meant for on Splat Zones especially. It is not a painting special. It is not something that you can reclaim zone with, but if you are using it almost as a distractionary tactic and or going in and trying to get splats and maybe take some attention away from the zone, that is going to be ideal. So folks, for those of you maybe just tuning in and are like, hey, you know what does counterpicking mean? So as you saw on our map list earlier, you could see that there was a bunch of question marks on that map list, right? Yeah. So take a look at this. So counterpicking, how that works. So Cheesecake Lovers winning Splat Zones means that if they lose the next round, they cannot pick Splat Zones because they won on Splat Zones. But because Uwu were the losers of that first round, it is their counterpick to be made. And the classic counterpick map is rearing its head here on Inkbot Art Academy Tower Control. All reliable, I like to call it. So, if Uwu is successful in their counter pick here, and they win the counter pick. That means that if they are to lose again, they cannot pick tower control. But Cheesecake lovers can pick tower control, just not Splat Zones, if that makes sense. So, moving into tower control on Inkblot Art Academy, this is a classic pick for a counter picking situation here. And Unlimited Woomy United has shown that this is a very strong map mode for them, and it's a good spot for them to try and be. So this is going to be really exciting here for Unlimited Woomy United to try and win this round again. But also, they gotta be on the lookout for Cheesecake lovers, right? Both of these teams are so warmed up. They're on fire with having made it this far in the tournament. So, I mean, the thumbs are warmed up, the controllers are hot, Toma, so only time will tell to see who has the stamina to play it out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this counter pick out of Uwu. It's a map mode that I know they're very comfortable with, and if you've seen their comp throughout the day, they've been running a lot of these rollers, Saf, and I think that this is a map that works out very well. If you can let that roller get up into the opponent's plat and into their bats, just they can wreak a lot of havoc. And Uwu has been fighting this really fast, aggressive, scrappy kind of play style day long, and you see that Woomy there on that carbon roller is just ready here to wreak as much havoc as they possibly can, as both of these teams are going to be rolling out into the map.
Yeah, one thing I want to note, Axum has been playing these Glugas for most of the day today, and it's no different here. But also, on the side of Cheesecake lovers, you have that Vanilla Blaster coming out, which Blaster on tower control is so good. But it's also just been showing its head in the meta recently, just because, I mean, Blaster is really trying to make a comeback, and I think it's for the best, honestly. The meta lately has been so diverse with how you want to run it, because a lot of times it doesn't come down to the weapon, it comes down to the player and how they wield it. So right out the gate here, you can see Cheesecake lovers doing a fantastic job of pushing this tower forward, but unfortunately a DC occurring on the side of Uwu, so we are going to be running that one back. But Toma, already from the information that we've gathered here, I mean, a strong opening coming out from Cheesecake lovers. Going back into this reset, how is Uwu going to try to maybe change their opening and revisit their tactics?
You know, I really think you have to be careful with these openings too. This is a map. You got those big, wide open spaces in the middle between those two stacks that you have to really be kind of careful how you're playing around. It's very open. You just can shoot in there. You can throw bombs, whatever. So you've really got to play around, you know, getting the opening control of the two stacks on either side, because those are your safe area. That's where you've got cover, and that's where you're going to ultimately find that control that lets you move that tower forward and start finding picks going forward.
Right, exactly. And I mean, so much ink to be had on the side of Cheesecake lovers right out at the opening there. I mean, the blaster too, and if you allow that much ink on the floor to let the blaster move around and kind of wreak havoc, I mean, Uwu has to be really cautious of that, right? Like, they have to be watching for where that blaster is going to position themselves and where are they going to try to be on the tower. But I think also with the latest patch that came out for the Gluga dualies that Axum's been running, you got to be cautious of that as well, because I mean, that's a 2-tap. That's 2 taps and you're done. So, and Axum is really good at trying to control the space that they're given, and if they have enough paint too, Woomy is going to be able to get in there and wreak some havoc as well. So, now with the reset, the Zap is back in, you have Cooler on both sides, you have the Rapid Blaster as well, so you have a double blaster matchup kind of going on here, but with I believe Cheesecake lovers kind of getting set up here, having their cooler out, but a counter cooler coming out from Uwu, as they are going to be the first ones to get the tower to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, they sure are, and they've got that inkjet up there in the sky, going to be guiding that tower, gliding forward there at the moment for their team, and they've got a bubble now online, ready to go as well, Saf. They're going to be just kind of playing around, waiting for these specials to be able to put in the right spot. The bubble is popped there onto the tower as they're able to break checkpoint 1. Axiom there taking a fight in the corner with Ferrari, but is it going to be enough? Just as I say that, isn't going to be enough, but the crab tank going to finally go down, and it looks like they're going to be able to gather their footing just a little bit more now as they try to get this tower back into mid and stabilize their situation a little bit more.
Yeah, and that pick coming out from nothing earlier was going to be huge as well. You don't want to be leaving any strays on your plat as you were trying to break back into the midsection. So nothing being able to take that aggressor out right away is going to be crucial. 2 members, though, going down on the side of Cheesecake Lovers here as they were going to try to make a proper response, but Uwu is not going to let them have it. You can see Splat trying to get set up with that crab tank there. They are getting some poking damage, allowing Quan to get in there and get 1 pick, but unfortunately going down in the trade. I mean, that poking damage was going to be crucial from Splat if they want to try to prevent that push from going any further, but Ulu is unrelentless in getting their positioning going as the lead is now flipped. You can see nothing once again getting a crucial pick, taking that aggression off of that plat area. Now you just have the members of Cheesecake Lovers position themselves in the bats area, so you don't want to let anybody else get close enough in your bats, but if there's nobody to defend the platform, I mean, it's open season for Ulu.
It sure is. They're able to keep this 2-down situation going right now on Cheesecake Lovers. Woomy trying to find their way in, unfortunately goes down. Captain Happy finding a vital double there to be able to protect Cheesecake Lovers' bases. You see this tower now starting to find its way off their plat, but you gotta look on the side there. You got Woomy making some action, unfortunately going down there. Now Axiom's ready to hold as much space as they can in mid, just looking these side angles, trying to make sure that they're not gonna let, Cheesecake Lovers come back in here for free as they're starting to get this tower rolling. Axiom unfortunately goes down, and now Uwu's gonna have to kind of step back, take a step to think about what's gonna go on as Cheesecake Lovers is coming up on their base. They have specials out, they had that crab, they had that bubble, both being shredded there. The crab does look like it finds a pick there. 2 down on the side of Uwu. They need to make sure to get back up to stop this tower, but the stagger unfortunately keeping them out of the game as you see Cheesecake Lovers just coming forward here on the plat and on the bats.
Yeah, and you got to give Woomy some credit there going into a 3v1 scenario. They were able to get the trade, however, the other 2 were just out of reach of that carbon roller for them to be taken down. So down to the 51 mark for Cheesecake Lovers here with 1:30 left to go. But I mean, the pressure and the defensive maneuvers coming out from Cheesecake Lovers is so huge here, but nothing, I think, is the one to be looking out for with the range on that Rapid Blaster and also launching that Killer Whale in these crucial pinch points here around where this first checkpoint is. So you can see Ferrari now being positioned on the tower is going to be huge here. They have a really good control of mid with like being able to have some space to retreat, and the 2-down scenario is going to be a crucial push for them as nothing once again finds another pick up on the platform of Cheesecake Lovers. You want to be trying to get your most offensive players a lot of space to defend and take this plat area, and it's exactly what Ulu is going to be doing here. You can see Ferrari trying to take a fight with Quan, but they aren't going to push it too much as they do end up going down. But with Woomy being in the space here, taking down 1, looking for the second, pinching Quan in the corner here. Ulu is having a good control of this tower, Toma. They don't want to let it go.
Absolutely, and Woomy's just set up in exactly where they want to be. This is the kind of dangerous situation I said could be happening in this game. Woomy just wreaking havoc, moving in through that Booyah Bomb, trying to find some picks. Unfortunately, their team does go down behind them, and that is going to be the full wipe onto Uwu, but Sap, 10 seconds remaining. We are going to see overtime come into play here right now as
Watch nothing.
Lovers, you gotta be careful here. You have to hold this all the way through, down to 22 counts remaining. Nothing moving in here on the tower, getting some chip damage out. Gonna be to find the pick on that crowd, but it's being pushed here, and just great oh my gosh, whoa! We saw the camera over there taking the fight, and just they get forced off of the tower. I didn't even quite catch what happened there.
I was really, I mean the defensive maneuver that was coming out from Uwu was so good there, because really, I'm just saying, the one that you gotta be looking out for was Nothing, and it was good that Nothing immediately got pushed as soon as the respawn from Cheesecake Lovers was happening, because all of that chip damage that they're able to get, that's who you gotta be aware of, especially when you go into overtime. You don't want to be taking the, unreasonable fights, but you also don't want to be taking a bunch of damage onto yourself when you're trying to get the tower to be pushed back into your favor. So taking Nothing out was the correct play. However, you gotta be watching for who is going to try to sneak in there and jump in on that tower like we just saw in those last couple seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, Saf. You know, it's just, gosh, the pressure that they had there. They were doing exactly what they needed to do. You saw that 2-down situation coming out onto Uwu there, but you just had one sneaky member there ready to get onto that tower, and it's the unfortunate reality, really, of an overtime situation. You can't afford to let anything slip past you, and there's so much pressure, Saf, in this situation. These teams have battled it out, and these matches are going to determine who is meeting the final reckoning in grand finals. So it really truly is kind of do or die here for these two teams.
Yeah, and also, to be fair, I'm pretty sure this is also a rematch for both of these teams. They did get to fight earlier today, so the notes have been taken, the recon has been assessed, and they're kind of trying to think, okay, well, if we're playing tower control here, they usually like to run this. Well, if we're playing Clan Blitz here on this map, then maybe we should try running this because they like this. And so there we go, the counter pick for Cheesecake Lovers has been made, and we are going to be choosing tower control again. And we're going down to the market. We got our reusable bags, we got our EBT if we want to use it. We are going to be picking up some produce, some seafood, and this, that, and the other thing down at Hagglefish Market. So, gonna have to be watching out for how they want to control these checkpoints, especially if nothing is going to be running this Killer Whale / Rapid Blaster again, because every time the tower got close to the checkpoints, that's when the Killer Whale was popped. You kind of pigeonhole yourself in this map here, and there it is. There's the Rapid Blaster pick again. Not a lot of changes coming from either side, but you want to be cautious of where that Killer Whale is going to be launched, because again, the name of the game for Uwu here is poking damage.
Yeah, and they've been doing poking damage perfectly throughout their day here today. Their comps are so unconventional, not what you normally see out of teams, and how teams have been able to adapt to it has been really important. Which it is important to note, Saf, like you said before, this is a rematch. We've seen them on stream before. Unlimited Woomy United actually took that game 3-2 on stream, so they're hoping to make that happen here again right now. But as we're speaking, you've just got them in this great position by checkpoint 1. They are going to find the pin. There's 2 picks on to the side of Cheesecake Lovers there, and oh my gosh, Saf, they're going to be moving in. We'll see them here on that great move on the side. Woomy, unfortunately, not finding the pick on to Quan, is now this push is kind of being brought to a dead end there. 3 down on the side of Uwu, just nothing going to be backing up here, going into that delayed wipe situation. It's going to be giving now the opportunity for Cheesecake Lovers to be able to get a push going of their own. They just really need to get these specials online. They have that crab ready to go. There it is, pop. They need to find more to move off of it, and there's that rain coming out as well. This is definitely a great opportunity. A lot of pressure as they have 2 down right now onto Uwu.
Yeah, and the first checkpoint now having fallen for Uwu. You can see 3 members of Uwu being pushed up into the base of Cheesecake Lovers right now. Oh, excuse me, actually, it's the reverse. It's the reverse, Toma. You have Cheesecake Lovers actually in the faces of Uwu at the moment here. I mean, wow, the crab tank really clearing a lot of space, and it's about to do it again as they move forward into the pit area and trying to take checkpoint number 3 here. The rain going to be coming out, causing a little bit of displacement, but that is not going to deter Uwu very much as they're able to break back out into their court. But with 2 members going down, they're taking down Quan as well in the process. The tower now making its way back towards the middle section, but not having enough room to kind of move around, and already the members of Cheesecake Lovers are back on that tower.
Yeah, they are not relenting here, Saf. You know, they are just going for it time and time again. They are 2 down here now, though, and Captain Happy, though not going to be giving up space very easily, finds a pick into Uwu there and backing up with that Kraken at the last second to keep themselves alive. Uwu now finally has position of the tower again, are going to be looking to try to get something going here, but they're going to have to burn through some of their specials here to even just get some space forward onto Cheesecake Lovers, who have just been keeping this excellent offensive pressure up even when they're being forced backwards. Kwanyo here in the corner just trying to survive against Axiom, but Axiom and all these burst bombs being thrown on them means they're eventually going to fall. Woomy has the Bazooka out right now, but unfortunately can't find any picks, as now you've just got Uwu set up to try to defend against, other way around, Cheesecake Lovers set up to defend against Uwu's push coming in.
Yeah, and Cheesecake Lovers is doing exactly what you want to do when you have a lead like this. You don't want to overextend, but it gets real dicey here as they get really close to popping that third checkpoint. But with 3 members down, Axiom opting to jump out and come back in with their team, which is exactly what you want to do here. But you don't want to give Cheesecake Lovers enough space to get comfortable back in the middle section. And I think with having these point sensors too, Toma, this is really, really good for Uwu to try to be tracking where the members of Cheesecake Lovers are going to be. Look at that shark coming out from Ferrari, going down in the trade. Captain Happy was unable to suss that out with the Kraken that they had. But again, you gotta be watching out for Splat too, because you don't want Splat setting up with that crab tick on the tower. That is how they were able to get down to the 16 mark, and that's how they're gonna push this tower down to there once again. The trade going down between Splat and Woomy was gonna be huge there. You wanna take your tower wire out of the game as quickly as you can, but with Captain Happy coming in with that Kraken, once again, they're gonna be controlling that drop zone of Uwu.
Yeah, you have to be careful there too right now if you're Uwu though, because you're getting these trades like you just saw there. But right now, all these kind of trades are benefiting the side of Cheesecake Lovers, who already have this lead and are just looking to push further into your base. You know, they don't have to push any further than 16, but if they can keep any members of your team offline for longer, it's going to be benefiting them. The 2 down on the side of Cheesecake Lovers, Uwu is going to have to make their last stand here. Axiom on this tower trying to avoid the rain of bombs, but unfortunately, that's going to be the wipeout. Saf, and now you've got Uwu going down in this game. Cheesecake Lovers taking it with that amazing push to 16.
Yeah, Cheesecake Lovers had it in the bag. I mean, when you get a push like that and you're down into that like tens/single digit area, it's really hard to recover from it, especially in tower control, where the tower just moves at that one pace. It doesn't go any faster or slower. You kind of just have to roll with the punches on that one and deal with it. So good on Cheesecake Lovers. We're taking us to a match point here. And just maintaining their lead, not overextending themselves, because when you have a lead like that, you don't want to try to, like, they could afford the trades for sure, and they were going for them where they saw fit. But other than that, they still were trying to push the tower where it made sense, and that's exactly what you want to keep doing. You don't want to just play defensively throughout the rest of the game, because playing defense for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes is tough. It's really difficult to hold up, and in a game like Splatoon, where the games can last up to 7 or so minutes, I mean, that's a long time, right? But look at this, Toma. The counter pick was made immediately by Uwu. They know what they want to do here. They know what they want to run, and Clamblitz Museum, we're going to punch our tickets going into looking at some of the sights and sounds of the museum together here. What a quick counter pick to be made. So I'm thinking Uwu has something up their sleeve going into this round 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know, here's the thing. At this point of the tournament, these players are pretty set on what they want to do, what they feel comfortable in. They've been playing these maps all day. They know what feels strong, and they've played against each other. So they kind of have an idea of what they can pick that the other team may not be able to respond as well to, which we've seen in the fact that they are winning their counter picks here, which is absolutely wonderful for them. And this is Saf. I want to go back to just a second what you said too at the end about playing defense, because out of these two teams, and out of a lot of these teams today in general, we've seen very scrappy, very fast-paced games. So when you're talking about you don't want to play defense for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I say this time and time again when I'm commentating, that why just play this kind of scared, turtley game when you can continue to push into the enemy's base? You don't have to take lead. There's no pressure to extend what you have, but every count that objective is into the enemy base, it's one step further that they're going to have to come back. And that's exactly the key to this kind of play. You want to see these teams just aggressive in the face, not relenting until that buzzer rings at the end of the match.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, what is going to be the formula here for Uwu to try to stay in the game? They have such a great offensive pressure that they like to maintain, and they don't overextend themselves too well. But I like that Captain Happy is sticking with this Kraken pick, because that has been working. Nothing pulling out the custom Jet Squelcher. Wowie zowie, you like to see that. Look at more poking damage, just nonetheless coming out from Uwu.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the Krakens, just to speak about that for a second, Kraken has been crazy all day. But right now, you know, they don't even need a Kraken to get started coming out here out of the gate. Quan just pushing straight up here for Cheesecake Lovers with a ton of aggression, as you see all this blue game going down, and Cheesecake Lovers already going to be opening that basket on Uwu and getting a power clam thrown in. John going to be trying to add just a few more clams to try to keep this alive, only going to be able to score one of them. And now you see the member of Cheesecake Lovers kind of just backing off a little bit, but they don't want to let Uwu back into this map yet. You see the crab cake, you see all these splash balls as well. They are not letting Uwu take any space back at the moment.
Yeah, and this is going to be really good for Cheesecake Lovers. I keep wanting to say Captain Happy Crew. I'm so sorry, Cheesecake. This is going to be good for them because they are going to pop again. They're going to break it, and they're going to get some follow-up at that. Going into the basket here with more coming out from Splat. You can see the members of Uwu are kind of just pigeonholed in between their basket area here and their spawn. They don't want to overextend, but now with the 2-down scenario, this is going to be causing the basket to close. But 2 back-to-back pushes, Toma. I mean, if you are Uwu, you gotta be sweating a little bit.
Yeah, you absolutely are sweating here. And this just look at this pressure. Nothing poking up here. You've got the Zuka out. You've got the rain out. They're not letting Uwu back back into this map right now. You've got all this pressure coming in here. Uwu got the 2 power clams up here. Moving up, they're going to be looking for this score. Ferrari trying to take those grates up there, but unfortunately going down. Axiom finds the break, but look at this. Woomy finds the pick falling down. This is just crazy back and forth. Nothing, unfortunately, can't save the power clam there. Saf, what an amazing break back in for Uwu. This is exactly what they need to do to stay alive in this game and in this set.
That pick coming out from Woomy on that ledge was absolute gas, Toma. I mean, they weren't even looking! They weren't even looking! They just zoomed around and flicked, and that's what the results got them. You gotta be watching out for where Woomy's gonna be, because there they are going down in the trade with Captain Happy and Axum once again taking the high ground, popping that basket open. The penalty now being gone, nothing trying to follow up. Woomy trying to jump back in. Unfortunately, that's gonna be the only pop that Uwu is going to be able to get at this moment. There's no follow-up to be had, but I mean, that's got to be something to keep track of if you are Cheesecake Lovers here, because they are quick to follow up and get more clams in there. They do have a pretty solid lead with 36, but you got to be mindful and watching. But yeah, at the same time, the economy is on the side of Uwu right now. They are well stocked with their money and with their clams in their pockets, trying to push forward here, and already you're seeing them repeat another break with another power clam going in to follow up, and the jumps coming into Captain Happy in a really good position to defend them. The flank coming out from Woomy, but not finding the pick at all, and instead going down themselves. The barrier now closing again, though, for Cheesecake Lovers. They still have another power clam in possession. Can they try to break through once again?
Yeah, and Captain Happy has got to be close to this Kraken at this point, which can be their key to re-entering. There it is online, and it's going to be going in. Saf, the power clams backing up so that they can try to get a jump in. You see the this way coming out. Here it comes into that basket, going to be opening it up. Do they have another one on the way? Saf, they do. Look here. Are they going to be able to get it in time? I'm not sure Splat knows. I think that the players under that basket may have gone down, unfortunately, as we see the fight right now under under Cheesecake Lovers, sorry, that is their new name, under that basket. Gosh, Seth, but look at this, even though they got scored on, Uwu is already ready to go. They have 2 power clams up here, the Booyah Bomb ready to come out. They're going to be moving in, Woomy picking up that hard, but unfortunately going down. Axiom trying to save it. It's going to be picked as well. It's just Ferrari with this 3rd power clam. They had so much in store, but unfortunately not able to get it to connect Axiom still does have a power clamp to keep them alive, and it looks like they're juggling one more. They just really need to be able to find the picks at the moment onto Cheesecake Lovers to be able to break in. But you've got to watch out with that Captain Happy coming out with another just Kraken after Kraken. Staff, these Krakens all day long from them, from Persistence, from all these other teams have been such keys and such clutches.
Oh my gosh. Look, okay, so Ferrari has power climb in possession. We are going into overtime, but not when you have Quan there to get a nice double pick, opening the way, clearing the way for Cheesecake Lovers to take us into the win. Cheesecake Lovers moving on into grand finals.
Oh my God, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. These Kraken plays coming out from Captain Happy have been just insane. And we've seen it from other teams. That's the thing. It's not just like Cheesecake Lovers today that's been doing it. We've seen it out of Persistence. We've seen it out of other teams. You know, who needs Zuka? That's yesterday's news. It's all about Kraken here today at SAC.
Absolutely, but you know what? Uwu has notoriously been playing so scrappy, and it's been working for them. But, I mean, Cheesecake Lovers, especially in that last game, they took one out of their playbook and was like, oh yeah? Well, we can scrap too. We can do some scrappy stuff too. And especially with that Kraken coming out from Captain Happy, I mean, they just tried to utilize what opening that they got. They were like, we got a power clam? Okay, let's go for it. Jump to me. The this way coming out. Jump to me right away, please. Let's just get these clams in as quickly as we can. And multiple of those basket breaks included 2 power clams. So looking at the bracket here, Toma, Cheesecake Lover is making it all the way to losers finals, being successful. They are going to be moving on to grand finals against the Final Reckoning. The Final Reckoning, I mean, look at their run. 3-1 over Glyph, 3-1 over Velocity, 3-2 against Woomy United, sending them down to verse Cheesecake Lovers once again. But Cheesecake Lovers going to be making their way back up there and taking down, winning the rematch against Uwu, which is amazing, but punching their ticket up to grand finals. So the grand finals is going to be such a fun little matchup that we have, and especially if we go into the bracket reset.
Yeah, absolutely, Saf. And these are two teams. So they started on opposite ends of the bracket today, both with a bye in the first round, because this was the winner of our first qualifier and the winner of our second qualifier. And we seeded them just in the order that they won qualifiers, but this is seed 1 and seed 2. So obviously it worked out. It worked out here, and you got seed 1 versus seed 2 in finals. And I don't think I could have asked for a better matchup here, Saf. These teams throughout the season have shown, and throughout today, have just shown time and time again the kind of fast gameplay that they can bring to the table, the fights that they can take. Looking at the Final Reckonings run, we haven't really been able to see them on stream quite yet, but taking a 3-1 over Velocity, who was, a huge favorite for a lot of teams to win today. And they've only dropped, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 games. 4 games here today. That is an incredible record.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Thinking about comps here, Toma, I mean, Cheesecake Lovers, as we've seen, has definitely been like a more supportive / forward composition that they like to run. But Final Reckoning is like all aggressive all the time. I mean, you have Anch, who likes to play Viper Stamper kind of exclusively. You have Risu on the 52. You have V-Shots coming out from Khan and Benji. So definitely a much more forward gameplay. You have much more aggressive composition coming out from the Final Reckoning. They want to be in your face. They want to be forward, pushing forward, hold forward simulator all day, every day from the Final Reckoning. So, but coming out from Cheesecake Lovers, how are they going to combat that with their normal picks? Because, I mean, Captain Happy with that Kraken is definitely a force to be reckoned with. They were getting pick after pick and allowing jump-ins for Clam Blitz games, I mean, time and time again. And you also have the Blaster pick coming out from Quan, which is amazing. And you also have that, like, Splat using that splash, and they consistently having Crab Tank at the right moment. So how do you combat a really aggressive pick from another team that has a lot more range, but they know how to use it?
Yeah, I mean, that is the question in store, Saf, you know, and I'm interested to see how it will play out because you know how we say, Saf, these first few matches, the first matches, we're really going to be just testing those waters. These teams have not faced each other yet in this bracket. I don't think they faced each other at all in the season. I would have to look back at qualifier 1 just to double check that, but they qualified on 2 different qualifiers. And they've been on opposite sides of bracket all day. So this is the first, you know, we've seen rematches, we've seen grudge matches going on all throughout the day, but this is something fresh, something new that these teams are going to have to see and work around going into this match. And they're going to be starting out doing that on Splat Zone's Hagglefish, you know, kind of the very, very classic Splatoon, you know, 3 Splat Zone stage. I don't know about you, but if I think, I'm like, okay, what's the tournament legal Splat Zone stage? It's Hagglefish Market. So this is going to be the optimal kind of setting for them to really be able to engage and get that opening info on each other so they can make any adjustments in their play style or in their comps as they need to be, sub anyone in and out going forward into this match. And it's going to be incredibly important, especially for cheesecake lovers, to be able to get that information as fast as possible and to react to it, because they have to win here to force a bracket reset if they want to be able to take home the SAC championships.
Yeah, and look at this pick coming out from Captain Happy. Not what I was expecting at all. I was really hoping for some more Kraken gameplay here, but we're going to go with the ZNF Charger, Toma. We want these tri-strikes. We want a bunch of range that we can use. And you look at this, Quan on that blaster too with the splash, the tri-splash. And I mean, again, aggressive comp coming out from Final Reckoning here. You have the Killer Whale, you have Cooler, you have the Wiper as well. That throwing that stamp is gonna, and finding the picks with the stamp is gonna be really crucial here. But now that you have Quan moving up into your court area and able to pincer Proto, but Proto being able to be successful in making the jump out, Cheesecake Lovers having a great opening.
Yeah, Proto jumping out there, going to be able to keep what was in charge in their special alive, but really important. Anch on the side with that hammer. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find anything off of it, or, well, just as I say that, they do find a pick onto Quan, but right now this zone still needs to be taken under control by the Final Reckoning to be able to stay alive here, and they're doing a great job of it as they finally find the cap here, but you can already see Cheesecake Lovers not wanting to give up anything. They already neutralized it, haven't quite been able to find that cap, but you have to be careful with Quan on the side here. If you're the Final Reckoning, you can't be too comfortable. Quan's already making these moves. This blaster has been key to Cheesecake Lovers, just having this really forward, scary aggression. But unfortunately, 3 down. Now just John left alive is going to try to get some jumps in there on the side, leaving the Final Reckoning open to really just take control of this zone. But they need a ton more paint. And as I say that they're going to take control of it, Cheesecake Lovers says, nah, we're going to hold on to it. Hope you don't mind.
Yeah, I really like the shift in Captain Happy's thinking there that we got to see on stream. They were aiming towards throwing them at that zone, but as soon as the zone flipped in their favor, they were like, all right, well, I got to defend myself, because you could see one of the members of Final Reckoning was right below that canopy, trying to take a little bit of distraction away from them. But I want to talk about Quan as well, Toma. Them getting set up on that left-hand side and just firing shots out there, they knew that they wanted to take the distraction away from the zone, but since nobody went after them, they were like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to take your court. So 10 seconds left on the counter here for Cheesecake Lovers, and especially with a 2-down scenario, you can see Ants trying to break back in, but just not enough paint to flip that zone back in. So a strong start from Cheesecake Lovers, and good plays at that. I mean, key plays, really, in order for them to keep that zone in possession.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And this is such an important win to get under their belts, right? Because, Saf, as long as they can make the correct counter pick choices, that they can solidly win. If they win every one of their choices there, they're going to force that bracket reset, which is going to be huge for them. The Final Reckoning is going to be forced to have to take one of those off of them. But, you know, don't count them out. They have been so aggressive time and time again. I think they really need to figure out right now, I think the key, how to shut down Quan, because Quan has been the leading star right now in Cheesecake's offense.
Yeah, Quan is the one that you really need to be looking out for, and especially if they're making a blaster pick, you don't want them getting comfortable. You don't want them trying to go on your flank, take any focus away from objective. And the counter pick has been made. We're going to Rainmaker. We're going to the Undertow Spillway to play some Rainmaker here. So, I mean, based on what people have been picking so far, it's kind of a crapshoot for who's going to maybe try to go for Pop first. I would imagine, especially with Captain Happy notoriously picking weapons that have that splat wall between, ZNF and between the 96 Scout Deco, could be really helpful here with trying to clear the path and make way for the Rainmaker to have safe passage. But at the same time, this hyper aggression that you have from the Final Reckoning can also be really helpful, and the amount of bombs that the Final Reckoning tends to have on their side could be really successful for them as well in trying to get the first pop here. So, I mean, okay, the information has been gathered. Both of these teams have not faced each other before. We're going to see the first picks coming out. Toma, that's a 10.
That is
no,
a 10.
it's not. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It is. I was like, oh, like, I was like, huh? Like, that was, Captain Happy is surprising us time and time again. That could be huge for them to create some really safe forward passages, but, not if they go down immediately. The Final Reckoning already has control of this Rainmaker, but is going to lose it early on there. It's Quan kind of tries to pop them up, but Anch is just, again, Anch is the star, really, of the Final Reckoning's offense. They've got this hammer online, looking forward at John, trying to get this pick here in the corner, and does get it, creating a path here for this Rainmaker. They just need to move it forward, but that Zuka gonna scare them back for just a little bit. Proto now trying to go, but the Zuka catches them out. That is the full wipe on the Final Reckoning. They are not going to be able to find this checkpoint quite yet, and now it's going to give plenty of time for Cheesecake Lovers to break back out here and start finding a footing of their own forward. They've got to just look out here on these sides. The Tenebrella already got this kind of path creating for them here. They've got to watch out for Anch over there, and especially watch out for the Zuka and for these bombs. Just a lot of chip going around right now, Saf.
Yeah, I mean, Anch is such a formidable player, Toma. I've said that time and time again with the Final Reckoning. I mean, you really got to be cautious of them, because once they are able to kind of suss out the situation and figure out where they need to be, they are a force to be reckoned with. Look at this. Already so far pushed up here. They are trying to be pincered out by the members of Cheesecake Lovers, but they are just not going to let them have it. Even with the crafting coming out, there it goes. The stamp being thrown. The first checkpoint going to be popped by the Final Reckoning here, and they have such a good position, especially with Risu pulling up that splat wall. The Trizuka is going to come out and find one pick. They want to back up and get away from this pop, but Risu unfortunately going down here. They're still going to try to hold down this left-hand side. They don't want to give any more space for them to work with, and you can see Ants trying to flank Captain Happy, but again, Captain Happy on the peripheral is just so good and quick to act.
Yeah, and that Tenebrella shield out definitely saved their life there and stopped something from snowballing. That could have been really bad for them at that moment. And you just got now Cheesecake Lovers kind of backed up here into this corner, though. 2 down, just the Rainmaker and Captain Happy up. It looks like they're going to be switching around to try to get that tent shield out to maybe see if they could do something, but isn't going to be quite enough. Is this Rainmaker pop going to go back in favor of the Final Reckoning, who are really seeing now that fast, aggressive gameplay out of Proto, moving up here, going under the cover of the hammer, all the way across the Uninkable, looking to try to get the dunk, and they're going to be able to do it, Saf! Oh my gosh!
One thing that I love about this game, Toma, that I think is so fun and competitive, is when people use specials as a smoke screen. And that is exactly what Proto did, working together with Anch, because they stayed at the same pace that the stamp was going and almost gave them like an invisibility shield to move that Rainmaker forward. And with Anch being able to get in to that launch point of the spawn of Cheesecake Lovers, that was exactly what they needed to do. They had no space to jump down, and Proto had all the time in the world to get back up and pop that pedestal. So, I mean, huge gameplay from them doing, like, using that stamp to their advantage. I mean, that was wild. That was textbook gameplay from Final Reckoning, and it's definitely something that they've tried before. There's a reason that was picked on the counter pick. I mean, it was just proven right there why they picked it. So Cheesecake Lovers now being the ones on the counter picking side, what are they going to do to try to combat what they just saw in Rainmaker? Are they going to pick it again? Are they going to move to a different mode, perhaps? We'll see.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see a different mode going out there. And you definitely, I feel like if you're them, right, you really want to avoid those kind of small choke pointy areas of maps like that where they were able to just, Hammer covers that whole area, Saf. Like, you talk about it being a smoke screen. It could have been Hammer, it could have been Kraken, it could be any special if they want to bring out, really. But Anch leading the charge with that stamp really is what makes sense. And it can just create, just through a small area, you're going to focus all your fire, and An's just going to deny it. He's going to say, no, you're actually not going to shoot here. You're just going to have your bullets absorbed by my stamper. So they really want to avoid doing that again, playing into a map that has those really small choke pointy passageways where Anch is really going to be able to shine, because that's what it does best. Hammer clears out those areas, and even if they don't have a hammer up, right, Wiper still has that super fast, aggressive, just straightforward attacks that are going to be really vital for clearing out small, short, fast-paced areas like that on maps. As far as what mode they're going to be going towards, I'm interested to see if they're going to maybe go back to trying to do a tower control pick like they did in the previous set, or Clam Blitz. I definitely think that the Clam Blitz cheese with the Krakens that they've been pulling out time and time again could potentially be a good answer for them here, and could shake things up a little bit, as they haven't been able to do that mode yet with the Final Reckoning.
Right, but it also comes down to the fact of how do you want to play it, right? Do you want that to be your match point, assuming that they're able to win on Clam Blitz? Do you want that to be your match point, and then you have to go back into another mode such as Rainmaker and or Tower Control? Or do you want to maybe save and pocket that one for a later time? But the counter pick Toma has now been made, and it looks like Cheesecake Lovers are going to pick Tower Control on Manta Maria. And I mean, Tower Control already has been working out pretty well for them throughout the tournament thus far. So I think Manta Maria specifically is a really interesting choice for them. And I'm wondering too, based on what Captain Happy has been picking as being more so their backline player, what are they going to try to bring out here? Is the Kraken going to be the thing that they want? Do they want to bring out that ZNF Charger again, giving them a lot of sightline and range to utilize? And the Tri-Strikes, I mean, Tri-Strikes are so good, especially for the mini choke points that you have, and when you're trying to win 1v1 fights in the street area, it's so good for clearing area and maintaining space for yourself. So what are they wanting to do here with the range that they have? How do they want to combat Final Reckoning and the amount of aggression that Final Reckoning brings? And I mean, is Anch going to stay on that vanilla Wiper? And yes, they are. They aren't going to opt for the Stamper and use Zipcaster. Instead, they're going to opt for the Wiper. And look at this! We have a Kraken versus Kraken fight on Tower Control.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this. I'm interested to see how this map plays out, too, like you said. I think the unfortunate thing here, like, they had been seeming to like TC Haggle, but after winning Haggle in the opening game, they weren't able to counterpick to that map, so they had to come up with a little bit of a different idea for Tower Control. So maybe this isn't the ideal setting, but I think that they've got a lot that they can work well with here. But unfortunately, they've just got to get control here onto that mast, and Proto is going to be denying that to them in the opening. They aren't going to be able to find that early break on to checkpoint 1 as this kind of scrappy fight keeps going down on the middle, and they have to watch Ant on that side, who looked like they're about to come into the bunker but decided not to. It actually goes back to mid and dies to a suction bomb.
Yeah, John popping the juice here is going to be really good. Cheesecake Lovers want to be moving this tower forward as best as they can here. And especially... Yes, Cheesecake Lovers wants to be moving this tower forward as best as they can here. They have so much map control already of mid and of the street too. Gotta be watching out for those suction bombs here though, especially when you move into this corridor of street. You want to be really cautious of where you're going to try to position yourself with bombs, with Kraken, with whatever is going to be thrown at you. Kraken now being popped by Captain Happy here, trying to maintain the tower in this position. But Risu responding with a Kraken of their own in the wall. 3 members now of Cheesecake Lovers going down. You can see John opting to retreat here, maybe taking a little bit of distraction from the members of Final Reckoning, opting them to push forward here, maybe trying to lure them into the respawn of Cheesecake Lovers.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Saf. And now you've got a good situation going for them at checkpoint 1. They're going to be breaking through that, trying to make a play at checkpoint 2 if they can, but no. Going 2 down, make that 3 down. Quan, the star there, shutting that push down. It is not giving up any space, looking for Risu there. Risu goes down to one of their teammates, and now you've got Cheesecake Lovers set up to make another push here on the towers. They're slowly approaching checkpoint 2. You already see that Kraken coming over to this right-hand side, biting a pick onto Cod there. One more from Final Reckoning. It looks like they're going to back up just a little bit, popping out that, or Risa's popping out that wall, but also so is Captain Happy. Just the fight of the 96s here, and it distracts them for way too long, as you see that tower now has rode all the way through street. Quan is able to break out that splashdown and find a pick onto Risu, as the tower is now at 26 remaining. So that is a huge push for the side of Cheesecake Lovers.
Yeah, Cheesecake Lovers had a really good push there, and when you take one member out of the process and you're distracting, especially someone that's really strong like Risu, and having Captain Happy take the fight with them, I mean, down to the 26 mark for Cheesecake Lovers, absolutely huge. A big mountain to climb for the Final Reckoning to try to come back here, but look at this! Match is already pushed up into the street and spawn area of Cheesecake Lovers, and they're gonna pop the stamp at that, but not finding contact as they immediately go down as the specialist popped. Risu once again finding themselves in Kraken form, trying to break into the street, maybe bringing some distraction away. They don't want that tower moving back anymore, but with 2 different shooters pushing them backwards, they're unable to find contact themselves, looking for the pick on Captain Happy or their other teammate here. So Cheesecake Lovers once again, a strong defense at that. Captain Happy being able to push Anch back into the street and getting 2 and that's a wipeout now occurring for Cheesecake Lovers, as they are going to be pushing this tower once again.
Oh, Jesus, Sap, that is such a good move there for Cheesecake Lovers, and now you've got Quan in such this aggressive position, looking up here. They've got the triple splash down out, gonna find a pick there, moving in on Proto there, just trying to keep this pressure up, but they do need to watch Anch, who's here stopping the tower from moving, and now you've got Quan in that great position, but just no one really able to follow up off the aggression. Captain Happy, though, gonna pop that Kraken and just stay in here on the street as long as they can, trying to find any picks at the Kraken. 2 down on the side of Final Reckoning. It looks like Cheesecake Lovers could potentially keep this pressure up here, especially as Quan is still here on this left-hand side. Looks like they do know that Quan is there. Ant's dropping in to take that fight, but they just aren't able to get rid of Quan.
Yeah, Quan is the one that you got to be looking out for here, especially when you give them space to work with. They're going to go all the way around for the long flank, looking in and getting the trade off of Risu. 3 members down now, only Captain Happy left alive on Cheesecake Lovers, but they have a good position set up to jump out. And now look at this, this mid is now being taken back by the Final Reckoning. All the members of Cheesecake Lovers are respawning in as we go back into overtime. Captain Happy trying to pull out for the GG Kraken, the stamp being thrown. They don't want to give them any space to work with, but that's a huge distraction to try to take them away from the tower when you have the other members of Cheesecake Lovers pushing in. So Toma, I believe that's a bracket reset for Cheesecake Lovers.
No, not quite. They're going to be at 2-1 right now, so they just need to be able to, either win the Final Reckoning's pick or counter pick here, or win their own counter pick when it comes to it. If Final Reckoning wins this next game to try to stay alive.
Okay, well, with the gameplay that they're showing, it's clear that the bracket reset is what they want. It is
very likely, Saf, because they are. Both teams have pretty dominantly won their counter picks here. They're showing that they know exactly what they need to do, and I think it's important, unless the Final Reckoning picks clams here, and Oh no, you know what? No, it's just I was gonna say unless they pick it and then they lose it, then they can't counterpick clams. But if they lose it, then it's just a bracket reset anyways. So that isn't really that important to it. But that means that no matter what, even if they lose their next game here, they have clams in the basket, and they've been showing really strong clams games as well. So I think it was a really good idea to go tower control there and then save clams for their potential last counterpick where they can really use the power of that Kraken to get some good pushes going.
Yeah, I really do think that Cheesecake Lovers wants to save Clam Blitz for the final push and the final counterpick, but it has now been made. We're going back and playing Splat Zones here on Ship-Shape Cargo, and Splat Zones for Cheesecake Lovers was won last time here, so Final Reckoning pulling out Splat Zones again here. What are they going to try to do to switch it up, especially because Cheesecake Lovers had such a dominant showing in the last Splat Zones game, and Ship-Shape is kind of a unique one, right? It's very similar to Schellendorf from Splatoon 2. You have that top mid section that you can kind of take for yourself. There's a lot of space to be had down in the court area in front of the spawns. And you really taking the high ground here and being successful with whatever comp or weapon that you pick and taking the high ground is going to be really crucial here for trying to not only maintain zone, but maybe trying to push forward for the lockout. So from what we've been seeing so far, Final Reckoning has a lot of shorter range. They've been trying to combat the long range that Cheesecake Lovers have been bringing out. So no change coming out from Cheesecake Lovers. We are going to opt to hold on to that Kraken as opposed to last time where we went with ZNF Charger from Captain Happy. But I mean, no change either coming out from Final Reckoning. This is their bread and butter. This is what works for them. So I think COD, especially with those Trizuka shots, they got to be really cautious of where they want to try to launch those and making sure that Cheesecake Lovers doesn't get too comfortable on top mid.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're going to try to do, and right now they have a good early, cap onto that zone there. Anch is just causing a lot of trouble down here in this pick, going to find a pick onto Quan, trying to move to cover, but unfortunately gets picked, and now that's going to leave the zone open for Cheesecake Lovers to potentially move in here and try to cap it, but they got to get more paint down. The Kraken coming out on the side, not a painting special, but looking for a pick and finds one onto Anch, trying to find one onto COD there, but isn't quite able to, leaving Final Reckoning able to hold on to the zone, who is just going to pick it, or it looks like right at this 50 mark, trying to go past that. They're able to recap there and find some extra pressure, and 3 down now onto Cheesecake Lovers. This is looking to be a very dominant game for the Final Reckoning.
Yeah, there's a reason that they picked this one for the counter pick, Toma, and it's clear as day here as now 2 more members of Cheesecake Lovers are going down to the 20 mark on the zone unit counter at the top here. I mean, the members of Final Reckoning are fanned out, and look at this, Captain Happy launching that Kraken, but it's not a painting special, Toma! They're looking in for the picks, but they can't find them because Final Reckoning kept themselves clear of that zone area. So what a quick turnaround from the Final Reckoning. I mean, clear as day for why they picked that as their counter pick.
Yeah, and Saf, now here's the deal, Saf. This next pick could be the most important counter pick of this entire tournament, because it comes down to if they're able to pick a map that they can reliably win, they're going to force that bracket reset. But if they lose, it's over. If Final Reckoning is able to take that counter pick from them, that is your tournament. So we're going to be
surely they pick Clams Museum, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Surely
crazy things from them on that map. They've got to. At least it's got to be. It's a Clams.
Oh?
Is it not going to be? We're here. Like I don't know if the audience can see it quite yet, but we're like, rain? Huh? It's not
on blue. What? Oh, okay. I was like, no shot.
No shot. That's not in the map pool. Like, okay, Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge. That's not what I was expecting. But I think this is definitely a mode that they can win, and especially if they can get that Kraken up. If you can kind of do that kind of smoke screen thing where you're riding underneath the Kraken, this could be huge for them, Saf.
I know, but also think back to that Rainmaker Undertow game, because that stamp and using the stamp as a defensive maneuver for moving that Rainmaker by Proto.
We're switching again.
Oh?
Are we? We might be too fast. We might be. We kind of see the inside.
Oh, okay. So we are still going to be playing Rainmaker. That is for certain. That is certain. That is what's being picked by Cheesecake Lovers here. Now think about this, folks. So Final Reckoning had such a dominant game on the Rainmaker Undertow game, but Cheesecake Lovers is going to be picking Rainmaker as their counter pick here on Humpback Pump Track. So super interesting pick here, especially with the showing that Final Reckoning had on the last Rainmaker game. Crucial points to be aware of is that left-hand elbow coming out from either side. You got to be watching who's going to be on that left-hand elbow, and you don't want to let that go. But at the same time, if you are all pushed up into the midsection, you don't want to let someone flank on that left-hand elbow side either. You want to be really careful of who's going to try to go through there, and if there's going to be safe passage for the Rainmaker here. So how are they going to try to counteract each other? Is Anch going to be using that stamp mechanic again on the side of Final Reckoning? I mean, who's to say?
Who is to say? And that's something you're going to really have to watch out if they do bring it, because it can be devastating after that checkpoint falls if you let them just get a straight run towards your pedestal. So they've got to be very careful here. But at the same time, I'm interested to see Quan what they're going to bring out. Are they going to go back to that shooter that we saw on the first round of Rainmaker, or are they going to stick with that blaster that they've been pulling out that can kind of poke and prod around bases? There's a lot of strange geometry to this stage that I think Blaster can really poke around. Is going to see if they bring it. They actually going to opt to bring a Nautilus, so nothing we've seen before. We're not going to see a stamp come out. We're going to see a stamper come out from Anch instead with that crab tank. So we really are switching it off on both sides from probably what we were expecting to see them load into this game with.
Yeah, that's a really interesting pick, and I actually do think that Crab Tank is a fun pick here, just because, like you said, the geometry and geography of this map is just kind of interesting. The terrain is really questionable in a lot of ways, but I think Crab Tank is a really good pick here, and especially if you want to try to get some poking damage, if you are able to take control of mid and look forward to that first spawning point of either side. But kind of in a neutral game at the moment here, as you know, there's already been some picks back and forth. Anch is already going to launch that crab tank right away. But John, look at this, having two of their teammates here, making a lot of space for them. Splat going to try to defend the back end of this checkpoint here for them as well. But Proto's going to opt to jump back. They want to get that cooler out and going. Tryzuka from COD finding contact with one pick, looking for the second. Probably a lot of poking damage coming out here from them. You can see Captain Happy trying to push forward. Also, Captain Happy on the carbon? What?
I think Captain Happy just plays everything. I mean, we have seen so many picks out from there. That's the kind of unpredictability that can really come into handy here. Because if you're not expecting something from someone, they're just able to bring it out and counters what you're playing. You never know what's going to happen. And I think it's a great pick on this stage. And they've been showing that right now as they've been able to force Final Reckoning back. They already got that first checkpoint so early into the game. They just really need to find and keep this forward pressure. Quan is trying to do that here on the side, just keeping this Nautilus poking over every edge, and looks like they're trying to move potentially with Captain Happy here on the side, but Risu there is going to force them back with a good wall in front of them, forcing them to just kind of rethink their attack here angle, and now Risu's going to be moving in on that Rainmaker, but Happy takes them down, 2 down, and make that 3, and look at this stagger on the side of the Final Reckoning. This could be huge for Cheesecake Lovers, who's looking to make a move here, trying to back out of the toxic mist, and from those bombs, not wanting to go down. They want to keep this push alive as long as they can. And Azuka onto Anch, breaking the crab, forcing them to kind of relocate. This is great plays from Cheesecake Lovers as they're able to burst that forward, able to find a push to 20 before being forced out of the Final Reckoning space.
Yeah, what a scrappy fight going down on that flat area. I really liked seeing the defensive maneuver from Anch and kind of the assessment that they were making from pushing forward to not pushing forward. Just kind of being like, okay, well, I can throw some ink on the ground. I can throw some mist on the ground. Like, that will help to an extent, but I need more force here to try to push forward. So finally they got the Rainmaker out of an unfortunate position. It's back in the midsection here, but not when you have Quan on the follow-up with the Rain here trying to get some poking damage, but Anch is not going to let that happen as now the Rainmaker resets. The Crab Tank has been launched, but mid in solid control of Cheesecake Lovers here. They're contesting the pop as best as they can. I mean, 20 is a pretty decent lead for Cheesecake Lovers, but certainly not unbeatable. 2 minutes left to go in the game. You can see Final Reckoning have having a really strong push-up in the front, but not with Captain Happy pulling out that Trizuka, immediately stopping the pickup.
And finding the pick, I think, on Dorisu there with the burst bomb as well is going to be huge to keeping the Final Reckoning at bay. Moving in here, finds a pick on Dorisu again, coming in on that jump. Captain Happy is making sure that the Final Reckoning is not going to be able to take any space. You see the Zuka coming out from the side from COD, and now that has given away their location to Captain Happy, who's definitely turned around and put that focus onto them for a minute. But just 1 minute left in this match. The Final Reckoning has quite the push to make ahead of them to be able to get it, but they have to really start finding solid picks onto Cheesecake Lovers to make that happen, and right now that's just not happening as these fights going in mid into Cheesecake Lovers are favor. COD does find one, but it leaves the Rainmaker open for Cheesecake Lovers to be able to pick it up and just take it closer and closer to the Final Reckoning space. They go down there, but you know, that's even more ground that the Final Reckoning is going to have to cover.
Yeah, and a Splat here once again popping up Crab Tank at the perfect time for going in and taking the pop, but Final Reckoning is going to take advantage of that pop because they didn't have to make it. So all they had to do was pick it up. You can see Proto trying to hold on here. Some follow-up for Final Reckoning trying to be made, trying to defend their Rainmaker holder here. But unfortunately for them, they are 2 members down. They are at a disadvantage with trying to pick it up here. Look at this. I mean, Cheesecake Lovers just swarming the middle section here. No green ink to be had. 2 members going down. John holding onto the Rainmaker now in a 2 versus 2 scenario. So now the Rainmaker getting popped, but going down in a trade. So this is the moment. Final Reckoning really needs to try to make something work here, Toma. This is the uphill battle that they are looking for, but Cheesecake Lovers was hoping that this is the counter pick that they would make because they knew that this was going to be successful for them. But Quan being so far pushed up, so much focus on the Trizuka that Quan had the space to push forward. So wowie zowie, Cheesecake Lovers pushing us into a bracket reset.
Bracket reset, everybody. What a huge move into the South. I didn't expect this pick. I did not expect this pick. You know, I was kind of looking through their chat, just looking at some of their counter pick things, because I was like, you know, they want to play things they're familiar with. And I was right about that TC Manta. They wanted to go to TC Haggle and got told, nah, you can't do that. You already won Hagglefish in this set. So you got to pick something different. So they were forced to a stage that they didn't know. And then here they pulled out something completely unexpected and were just able to mop it up so well staffed. It did all the way to a bracket reset. This is huge. No team today has been able to take a set off of the Final Reckoning. And finally, the Final Reckoning, you know, maybe, you know, a bit, you know, cold from having to wait for losers bracket to be able to finish off, where Cheesecake Lovers were coming off of that really hot streak, but will they be able to keep it up?
So, I mean, one thing I definitely to keep in mind, so Cheesecake Lovers made the pick for Humpback Rainmaker, right? Yep. That was a great pick for them. And I think Final Reckoning was like, oh hey, you know what? Rainmaker went really well for us last time, so let's try to do this here. But I think that, I mean, Cheesecake Lovers knew exactly what they were doing. That's why they made this pick. And already in the lobby, folks, Final Reckoning readied up immediately because Shipshape Cargo, that was a 100-0 push for them in the Splatstones game. So they feel really confident going into this bracket reset. And I feel like they are having likely the upper hand going into this bracket reset, with this being the opening stage here. But that being said, I mean, an awesome win streak coming out from Cheesecake Lovers, because that's so much momentum coming behind them from that Rainmaker game. I mean, you gotta be cautious of what you're gonna do. So much information now having been gathered here going into the stage that they lost previously. How is Cheesecake Lovers going to adjust to the Final Reckoning here?
Yeah, I think the big thing, you got to figure out how to take this game. And, you know, interestingly enough, so we were making the map list this morning, Saf, and me and Skep were talking, and we were like, okay, so we're going to start out with, you know, spot zones for all of our counter pick rounds. And we're like, what do we want to start grand finals and what do we want to start bracket reset with? And the 2 maps we had come up to were Shipshape and Haggle. And we're like, well, which one should be which? And we're like, okay, well, grand finals, we should do Hagglefish. Like, we had Shipshape there originally, and we changed it to Hagglefish because we were like, well, that's like the map mode. That's like the Splat Zones map mode. And, you know, interestingly enough, with how easily the Final Reckoning was able to clear that up last time, it could have been a completely different set if they had started on that and Final Reckoning Reckoning had that counter pick advantage throughout the set, where they just had to win their counter picks to win. And we may not be in a bracket reset situation right now if we had started it like that last time. So now it's going to be really important, because assuming that they're able to keep up that same kind of dominance here, it's really going to be on Cheesecake Lovers to be able to take a game off of a map that Final Reckoning feels really comfortable on, whether it be this one or whether it be one of their counter picks.
Yeah, I like Kwanyo also picking out the squeezer here, so you do have Trizuka present on both sides. You do have that Kraken pick from Captain Happy. Maybe they're going to adjust how they want to use it here, especially because Final Reckoning kept so clear of the zone in places where they could get pigeonholed by the Kraken in the first place. The initial points, though, are going to be going to Cheesecake Lovers here, as they are going to have a really strong opening. Kraken now being pop zone in their possession here, so they are going to be looking for the picks here. Captain Happy, though, unfortunately getting kind of stuck on that top podium there. Now 3 members of Cheesecake Lovers going down. This is the moment for the Final Reckoning to try to push forward here and to maintain the zone and maintain their strong presence as they did last time.
Yeah, and they're able to do exactly that at the moment. Risu popping out that killer whale, you know, definitely a force to be reckoned with after its buff. And Anch, of course, up there on that aggressive positioning, gonna get a jump out just to reposition somewhere maybe a little bit safer. They felt a little bit unsafe there in that pit. Good call. Risu here battling it out on the side, trying to find a pick. Takes a trade with Splat, which is gonna work out for them in a moment, especially as they've got Azuka out on their side. And all these bombs facing forward, getting Quan and John to back up there as this zone is now starting to tick down into some dangerous knockout territory for the Final Reckoning, and Anch is already behind, making a mess. They turn around, are able to pick them, but are they going to be able to get detention on zone fast enough? 3 on the Final Reckoning go down, but that Kraken popped. Saf, they just don't have enough paint on the zone to be able to flip it, and that is going to be Final Reckoning taking game 1 once again on Splat Zone's ship shape.
See, I feel like we just watched a repeat of what happened in the last Splatzone ship shape game. Because as soon as Final Reckoning got down into the single digits, Captain Happy popped the Kraken. They were looking for the picks in the zone. They wanted to try to get them in the zone, but unfortunately just not enough time to do it. And one thing too I want to note, there was a moment there where Splat was in Crab Tank. They were launching their long range shots, their cannon shots at the zone, but Proto is right there to clean it up. They were right there to cover it back up again and maintain it right away. And I mean, again, Toma, no time being wasted in this bracket reset. Tower Control and Hagglefish is what Cheesecake Lovers are going to be going with on their counter pick, which rightfully so, because this was a really strong pick for them last time as well. And the Final Reckoning, I think, knows that. They knew that Ship Cargo was giving them the upper hand right from the jump, but with this counter pick being in the hands of Cheesecake Lovers here, Final Reckoning needs to be counting their blessings and watching what can we do differently here.
Yeah, they've just really got to, you know, first of all, they're in a map where they're much more comfortable. I think this counter pick is going to be really, really good for them, and they're going to really be able to utilize, I believe, Quan here, as we've seen them do time and time again on this map mode. Last time, they weren't able to counter pick to this, just because the map mode started out on Hagglefish for that Splat Zones game, but now they're able to really go back to one of their comfort maps, one that they know that they've been able to win reliably throughout the day. So it's really going to be focusing on just shutting down the offense, which I think the 2 big star players there are going to be Risu, who you can already see moving forward here on the side of Final Reckoning, and of course Anch, who's just always been that in-your-face super aggressive player, as you can already see Anch there once again, and they're able to get that early shutdown on them, which is going to be really important to get this push going.
Yeah, and especially when when Final Reckoning wants to get an initial push going, that's the player that you need to be shutting down is Anch, because they are going to be quick going on the flank. Captain Happy pushing COD all the way back to their side of the map in the Kraken form, but the wipeout occurring, you blink, folks, and the wipeout now occurring, and especially for Cheesecake Lovers, this is going to be a crucial push for them. As you can see, all members eyes forward, pushing on to the spawning point of the Final Reckoning. They don't want to let anybody down and give them any space to drop in, but you can see Risu trying to hold down this elbow here. They're trying to be forced out with the suction bombs there. They're trying to get some paint on the ground. They have been called out, especially with that tracking on them. They are mid-Kraken, almost getting the full Kraken, but they are wiped out once again. There is a reason, Toma, that this was the counter pick for Cheesecake Lovers.
Absolutely, Saf. You know, and right now they're chugging towards that third checkpoint, but unfortunately, 3 down. Quan here still holding down as much space as they can, maybe seeing if they could get any potential jumps in, especially with 2 down. Make that 3 down on the side of Final Reckoning. It looks like the jump's not choosing to come in, though, just choosing to hold down mid and play it a little bit safer instead. Not a bad choice considering, you know, how far they've gotten into the base of the Final Reckoning, and especially with Ant already making that move in, trying to find the pick on them, coming in, does find the pick onto Splat, making that 2 down situation on to Cheesecake Lovers. They've just got to kind of find the reset button here and be like, okay, you know, we've got to come here in and we're going to start with Quan getting behind here. They don't know quite yet. Going to be looking out, moving on that tower, trying to find a pick on Cod, who's forced to turn around with that Zuka just to deal with them, and takes out Proto, takes out one more. Sab, this is the Cheesecake Lovers that is forced to bracket reset. This is the kind of gameplay we expect out of them.
And the call-outs that were being made, Toma, are huge. Quan immediately called out that they were getting pincered, and there it was, Captain Happy launching into that Kraken to try to assist them going into a double pick situation with assists to be had as well. I mean, you gotta be cautious of where your teammates are, and I mean, Cheesecake Lovers are no strangers to that. They're really good at figuring that out. You can see as soon as Captain Happy was about to be out of that Kraken, they were able to force themselves back. They were probably calling out, hey, I might actually go down here, but their teammates were able to follow up so quickly. Final Reckoning now, once again, finding themselves in a 3 down scenario. They are so staggered here, which is not how you want to be, especially with 2 minutes left to go. You want to be trying to get your members on that tower and trying to cover some ground. But that's so hard to do if you are Cheesecake Lovers, just getting in their face, not really allowing them to utilize specials, to coordinate specials, to have any space to push forward.
Yeah, and now, you know, in the wipeout situation, the Final Reckoning has a lot of pressure on them as a minute and a half remain in this match, and there's just no sign of Cheesecake Factor relenting. They may go down when they come in, but they're just not giving up space. They already have 2 specials online in that Kraken, in that Crab, ready to be able to push or use to defend at their choice. Risu pops the Kraken to try to move in here on the side, trying to chase them down, but you just see that they scatter like a bunch of little bugs and aren't gonna let Risu do anything to them as they just keep up their presence here in mid.
Yeah, and I really liked Proto there trying to go in for the pick, and then they kind of just let Anch finish the job there. Anch really in a good position to go in on the flank. Not 1, not 2, but 3 different splats in their pocket here to try to keep this tower away from Cheesecake Lovers. You can see Cod now trying to push up, trying to get some more pain on the ground. They are going to opt to use that Trizuka maybe a little bit early here, as none of those shots find contact that they were hoping for. That tower is almost to that first checkpoint, just barely touching that first checkpoint, but you got to be really careful of where Cheesecake Lovers are going to position themselves, especially on that right-hand elbow. A lot of range to be had if you are Captain Happy, and firepower at that, but as well, if you're Splat positioning up on the top canopy with that Crab Tank too, you gotta be cautious of where you're gonna try to be. You can see Risu trying to go in to get Quan, but Quan playing jump rope with the Kraken and not going down easy.
One is crazy, Saf, being able to survive that Kraken, come out, and then cancel it when it ends. What just amazing movement there as Cheesecake Lovers wraps this game up, taking it just like they thought they would be doing. What an amazing counter pick out of them. We've seen how comfortable they are there, and this was the right choice. This was the right choice. This is what they needed to keep that wind in their sails.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Final Reckoning there too, I mean, you could see in those final moments, of the Final Reckoning, they were trying to get those jumps into the tower, and every attempt was made because they knew that, like, this was the time to act, and you're kind of just put into that situation in those final seconds there. But, I mean, again, Cheesecake Lovers in a good position to respond, in a good position to kind of shut those jumps down, and able to take the tower back into possession into overtime there. So once again, a great counter pick choice coming out from Cheesecake Lovers here, but now it falls into the hands of the Final Reckoning. And Toma, they are gonna pick old reliable like we saw before bracket reset, Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway. This is a good pick for them. This is a good secondary counter pick going in for them to try to secure them their second win. And I bet you anything, that Cheesecake lovers are going to be keen on that stamp pick coming from Anch.
Yeah, they definitely are. They have to find a way to deal with that. They can't let the same thing happen to them, Saf, because you don't want victory to slip away through your fingers, and you can't let that happen. And, you know, a best-of-5 set like this and bracket reset, you need to take a game off of the Final Reckoning on their counter picks. We're going to see them loading out here, see how they're going to play it a little bit differently. And one thing I really like, we saw, I believe, Quan was on Splattershot the first time we saw this game play out. It has switched to Nautilus, which I think has been a really good pick for them. It really worked out for them in that Rainmaker Humpback game. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to pull off with it here. But for the moment, the Final Reckoning has already gotten early control of that Rainmaker, and they've got that hammer out, finding a pick on the Splat. Trying to look around as Captain Happy has this cracking out. Proto just dipping and dodging it. Delays their push a little bit. Proto is staying alive with that rain.
Yeah, look at that, them utilizing that wall there a little bit, waiting out the crab tank there to try to get the pedestal pop, and they were successful at doing it. I mean, they were waiting that out so patiently, and now probably here they're waiting for that stamp pick to be had by Anch, but they're not going to waste any time. They don't want to hesitate. If they have the opening, they have to go for it, Toma. And the opening is 3 members down on the side of Cheesecake Lovers, and they do it once again. No stamp needed. The Final Reckoning proving again why Rainmaker Undertow was the choice for them here.
Yeah, and this is showing how well they know their counter picks too, you know. But what I'm interested to see now, right? Because we're gonna assume Cheesecake Lovers is going to counter pick to a stage that they know that they can win pretty readily, and that is the hope for them at least. And I'm hoping to see Clams. But then, say we get to there, right? Then what happens next? Because the 2 really strong maps you've seen out of the Final Reckoning were Splat Zones on Shipshape and Rainmaker Undertow, and those aren't choices anymore. So I'm really interested to see, but of course we have to get through the counter pack, and we need Cheesecake Lovers to win it first before we go to that Game 5 scenario. And we're gonna be waiting to see what they're gonna do. I'm not gonna call it out yet because we were a little bit premature last time. So I'm actually, you know what? I have their chat open. What am I doing? I can sit here. They haven't said anything yet. I was gonna be like Splat Zones, but no, they haven't said anything yet. We've just changed the private battle. Here it comes. Oh no, it is going to do Splat Zones. They are going to go Splat Zones. Splat Zones, Mako Mart. Which is going to be really interesting. And Saf, this is a map that I think it's not what I'm expecting. I really want to see that Clams game out of them, but maybe they're saving that. But it is a good map for their rollers, Saf, and we've seen that their rollers can do a lot of devastation.
Yeah, I'm wondering here for Captain Happy's sake if they are going to be picking that Carbon Roller again, because that was a really solid pick for them in the Rainmaker Humpback game, especially because the amount of paint that was being thrown down by Quan and by Splat with that Nautilus and that Splash. So much turf to be had for Captain Happy to have a lot of space to move around. But, I mean, on the Final Reckoning, though, you have COD on that end zap, which is crucial. You have Risu, who has been kind of flipping between that 96 gal, and as well as a shot, I believe you kind of have them switching around between those things. And so how are they going to try to take the stacks here? Is Kraken going to be present again here? And for Captain Happy, it certainly is. But you have Quan actually opting to pick the Blaster here, which I think is super interesting. And Risu is actually going to take a step back and go back to the 52 gal. So shorter range on the Final Reckoning for sure here, but a lot more aggression to be had, especially when you have Proto on that end zap there, because Proto, I mean, has been their star Rainmaker carrier, and has had a lot of good mechanics so far throughout the game. So the early cap going to be going to the Final Reckoning.
Yeah, they're not even going to bring out that roll. But Quan on this Blaster has been a threat time and time again, but unfortunately is going to go down. And what I am a little bit worried for them here is that this is a great map for Splatoon, and it's able to just sit under these ledges and camp really well. You can use that stamp and just go in a circle around that zone and just pick everybody off and paint it at the same time. So it's just going to be really up to these scrappy fights in mid for how each fight's going to, or how each zone flip is going to go. And right now it's going in favor of Cheesecake Lovers, who's going to still be able to extend their lead here going forward. But you already see Final Reckoning threatening this zone. They've got it, neutralized here. Just need a little bit more zone or paint to cap it. And there goes that cap. There goes 2 down. Make that. No, I was going to say it is 3 down, but they trade it out in that triple splashdown. But you've got to be careful now. You've got the Final Reckoning here. They're waiting. They're under these ledges, ready to go. You've got to be super careful about how you take this retake if you are gonna be on Cheesecake Lovers. Unfortunately, the 2 down, Saf. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, okay, but Risu just camping underneath that ledge was absolutely huge because they forced them into getting 2 down, and they are going to actually force them again to be pushed up, especially with that killer whale. A lot of chip to be had. They are fully taking over this drop zone for the Cheesecake Lovers here. Final Reckoning is in such a good position right now. Captain Happy trying to come in and chase Risu out, which is exactly what you want to do. You don't want to let Risu get too comfortable there, but only 10 units left here. I mean, Cheesecake Lovers has to get some paint down on the ground, but they don't have enough space to do it. Toma! Final Reckoning! The choice that they made was absolutely perfect, and here it goes. Your SAC 8 qualifiers are the Final Reckoning!
Gosh, that was incredible there, and just the choices that the Final Reckoning made there were absolutely right. And I'm a bit sad we didn't see that Clam Blitz game, right? It's a little bit sad to see it coming out, but Risu going forward, forcing those fights. I love to see that. I loved seeing, especially the 52 game play out there, shooting out those neon whales to force people away from zone, getting objectives for their team, and working with Anch just to really shut down any opportunities that they had to be able to get back into that zone. Sitting under those ledges was huge on the side of Final Reckoning. So congrats to your Season 8 Squid Advanced Circuit champions, the Final Reckoning. It's been a absolutely fantastic season, and I've been so honored to be a part of this, from commentary to becoming a head TO for this tournament. It has been such a wild ride. But Saf, this ends it. This ends it for the season. But before we go, Saf, tell me, where can all these awesome people, all these viewers who have stuck around us for all of these hours today, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter or I guess Blue Sky if you want to. I don't know, man. That's kind of your choice. But you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Twitch at Safirea. But on Twitter, it's 2 P's, 2 A's at Safirea. You can also find me commentating the Division 9 finals of the Ludi season on Splatoon Tourney on Ludi tomorrow night with the Crest of Gautier. That is Toma as well. So you can find both of us on over there. But Toma, I mean, wow. My one last final note from that last game is that Risu, you are the GOAT. Your patience is what won you guys that game. That was amazing. So proud to see where you guys came, how far you guys have come throughout the season. That is so exciting. But Toma, where can the good people find you? And thank you all to the staff of IPL for having us on today. But Toma, where are you at? Where can I find you? If I want to open up my computer, where are you at?
Yeah, you can find me at Cresta Gautier on Twitter, over at Blue Sky, at Toma SPL, or here on Twitch at twitch.tv/T Toma _. But huge thank you to everybody. Huge thanks to all of our participants for coming out today, for putting on this great tournament for all of our viewers. Huge thanks to our streamer Inkfarer, who did such a wonderful job getting everything ready for us to show off these amazing teams, to Skep, to J-Man for helping run this tournament, for being calm time and time throughout the season. Strings, another one of our lovely staff members who's been just putting in the work throughout the season. Every single one of you is a vital part of what helped SAC run and put on a great season for everybody. Thank you all once again, and you all have a wonderful night.
Uchiwaketa へこたれた力なさに絶望を感じたは拗ねてみた落ち込んだ悔しくなってとことん泣いてみた